Okay, once again, welcome back, and we are still continuing here in our round of 32 here in Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Season 1. My name is Jet, and together with me is Vince G. Hi there, Vince G. How are you?
Phil, yesterday we've witnessed the first 8 sets of matches, and now we're gonna be witnessing the other 8. So that means we are almost done with the round 2. That means we're getting closer to the quarterfinals. We're getting closer to the teams that is going to compete ahead of each other. So we're just filtering out the best of the best teams here in the BFStv's Reign Supreme. So this is a good thing. I mean, BFStv's Battle for Supremacy, they have created this grassroots tournament to showcase some aspiring teams to make a name out of themselves.
That's right, and that would be quite possible with our sponsors as well. We'd like to thank Team Wallet. With Team Wallet, you can buy, sell, and trade crypto tokens like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance, Algo, Solana, and more. And unlike other platforms where you need to download and sign up separately to buy Bitcoin and Ethereum, Team Wallet Bot makes it easier and more accessible for everyone by saving your time and effort through Supreme ETFs or Supreme Exchange Trade Funds in Team Wallet. You can now purchase Bitcoin and Ethereum with just one click, and this has been integrated with these features into a single system, making it more convenient and efficient for its users. Search Team Wallet booth in Telegram to take advantage of this convenient tool. Yes, and I'd like to thank Team Wallet for this one to actually help us and help Battle for Supremacy bring these grassroots level tournaments to actually develop the players for Honor of Kings.
Well, of course, not only that, we also have a lot to thank forward to. We also have, talking about team, well, this is the entire team. Aside from a
Yeah.
Team Wallet, we also have team tokens, because every time that you refer players to join in our tournaments, you can earn team tokens. So those tokens can be converted to cash or used to join the upcoming events in the BFS. So aside from that, we also have the Supreme Team Draft, and it offers you the opportunity to be drafted within its ranks by dominating in events for Call of Duty Mobile and Fortnite. Available to all players worldwide, and as we speak, we're talking about Fortnite here. We're going to be going a lot for Fortnite, because using VNB, you can now purchase Fortnite V-Bucks and receive the pin in real time at Team Wallet Bot. And of course, let's not forget that all gift card and prizes will be not claimed, and if not, this will be returned to its respective sender. So, I mean, there's a lot to take forward to, but let's head over to the game because game number one is underway. SES. I mean,
Yes.
SES here are gonna be facing XLT.
Yes, both Indonesian teams quite interesting here as we see a very and we see the bans very early Dolia ban, and there's also an Elaine ban which just popped out. Meanwhile, X List has banned an Arlie, very agile, very nimble hero, very suited for the late game, and we know the potency of a Dolia pick here, as this Dolia can actually do very good supports, most especially in the laning stage and the early onsets of this game, wherein she could push out opponents and she could actually give sustains for his enemy farm lane. So that's quite a viable ban for that.
And talking about the bans, quite standard, quite normal. Talking about Mai Shiranui, talking about Arlie, some of those mobility mage heroes and mobility marksman. So that gave way for SES to choose Marco Polo as their first pick. So might as well consider choosing someone that can counter Marco Polo at this rate. For X-List, might as well put an X towards those annoying heroes as early as now just by picking Zhangfei. I mean, Zhangfei is justifiable. He's a tanky guy.
Yes, that's true. Zhang Fei pick going into the side of X List right now, quite a viable pick wherein he could just eat that Marco Polo burst damage this Marco Polo can actually deal in. Meanwhile, I think this would be a mid to mid battle between a Haino and an Angela here. SES taking that Angela pick wherein very high damage burst output, and Angela's ult cannot be interrupted as we know because of that crowd control immunity when she launches that ultimate. Meanwhile, Haino still very nimble and very agile wherein he could actually sustain team fights, he could go into team fights, he could get away through team fights actually, and right now we see a Levi pick on the side of X List.
So, I mean, Levi is not getting that much love. Levi is not quite popular when it comes to jungle, but it does the work. He has the mobility, he has the burst. He's an assassin kind of a jungler, so might as well consider having Levi. So I kind of like the pattern here. I mean, for SES, they had that nimble time to at least pick out their supports because aside from giving away Marco Polo, that means some of the heroes might highly prioritize Iaria as Marco Polo's babysitter. We know that. But of course, we have Dasha not being able to be put into the ban pool, so that means it's still quite open. X-List, they did not utilize Dasha because they did pick Zhangfei, as you've said, for the Marco Polo to receive too much damage coming in from Marco Polo to become the body bag on this side of the X-List. So this gives room for Sakiyaki to pick Dasha, and I can assume that they will be going for some teleportation plays with Sakiyaki's Dasha.
Yes, I think that as well. And meanwhile, X List has also banned a Dun and a Kaiser, both very tanky, and both very sustaining when it comes to initiating team fights, most especially Dun. He could actually just pop in and pop out, and with a very tanky damage, and with that sustain that he could do, I think that would be a viable ban on the side of X List. Meanwhile, a very combat-centric ban going into the side of SES Indo. They have banned a Lady Sun and a Dharma. We all know Dharma, very combat-centric. He wants to initiate team fights. And yes, I think there would be a Wukong pick for SES Indo as a Sunsa on the other side at X List.
Wow, I love what I'm seeing here. I mean, Wukong, Nezha for the Clash lane. I mean, this is the second time actually that I've seen Nezha being prioritized because when the recent patch, I mean, Nezha received a benefit from that. I mean, they have been utilizing Nezha a lot, and I can remember yesterday this was utilized by Team Eureka. I mean, Team Eureka up against Blacklist International, it was a really close fight. I mean, Blacklist winning the early game, but somehow Team Eureka did manage to at least put some Mystery Tours Blacklist International together with the NESHA. So NESHA can be handy in this game if properly utilized by SES. This can punish Exilist out of this raid, but we are heading towards our game here, Jet. I mean, we're talking about two
Yes.
Indonesian teams, Exilist and SES. Let's find this out.
Yes, I'm very excited for that. Meanwhile, we have seen earlier that there was an Alessio pick for the farm lane of X-List. Yes, I think that Alessio could actually jump through walls. Thanks for his second skill. And very big burst damage and burst in terms of area of effect as well, because passive is area of effect enhanced with the first skill. It would mean very painful, most especially if SES will clump together. That would be very dangerous for SES with that Alessio pick.
Correct. And of course, we are now headed towards our first game of this night, ladies and gentlemen. The day number 2 of our round 2 tournament of the Reign Supreme tournament. By the way, might as well give a huge shout outs to Supreme team. I mean, TEAM here did make this possible. And of course, going back to what I've said, if you're a Fortnite player that's itching to compete, also we have tournaments for works just for you. Be sure to explore our island map, BFStv Red and Blue, to keep yourselves updated. So, you join our Telegram group, okay? At BFS Fortnite to learn more. And also, let's talk about top-ups. Get your very own Riot Points, Garena Shells, Fortnite V-Buck, and Honor of Kings tokens. It is now available here on the BFS top-up.
Yes, and now back to our game. We can see that it's still a very soft and very sweet early game because it is not yet a minute mark and they are still catching up with those experiences. But it will be quite dangerous if they step up into the second minute mark, as they could have that potential to actually eliminate someone here, and we will see about that if they will be able to. But both teams still zoning out, taking those experiences, taking those goals that they wanted to. And as much as possible, they want to assert authority on their map so that they'll be able to farm on that one. But meanwhile, that Alessio on danger very early on, using that flash very early on in this particular game. Meanwhile, Marco Polo just shooting out his skill once just to scout out those enemy brushes as of the moment.
I mean, that's what they want. They wanted to at least force and maximize Dyra's full potential as of early. If they burst them later on, that means he has no escape mechanism. So for Exodus, now they're trying to retaliate. They're trying to reapply that pressure that SES did in the farm lane. So they're doing that at mid, but what I'm concerned is that Gatsu here, now level 4, did not get the kill on mid. We've seen Angela, Sake here rotating towards the top lane, but of course, he's not gonna do that.
But I think it would still be in danger. But Gatsu got eliminated instead because of that crucial crown control by that Dakyao. Sakiyaki doing a good job and stealing those Azure and those Crimson buffs, going away to Gatsu by that death.
Saki here gets benefited from that 2 buff, but right now, Sakiyaki unleashing a lot of combination. Oh, yes! He forced a fate rewind because of the burst coming in from the Blazing Brilliance. Sake here is just doing an excellent job, but hey, wait a minute, a charge coming through.
And we can see right now Sansa getting into the middle of that fray, and there is a commotion going on right here at the bottom jungle. As we can see, Exodus trying to invade the jungle, but gets eliminated. Instead, that Sangfei is going down. So does Sansa. Now we are going to see if there would be more eliminations going to that, or will Exodus be able to pick up one here. But here, Angela getting that ultimate in the middle of the bottom tower, but still no avail, no finishes. Still a very good team fight defense going into the side of SES Indo. But there would still be a danger here, as this would be a danger probably for that Levi, but no, it would be safe. He will be able to farm quite well as SES Indo right now in a 1k gold lead.
They're going in, Blazing Brilliance. They're connecting towards Heino. Heino not gonna survive on that one. The burst capability of Sake is way too much. I respect the Angela, but look at the top lane. I mean, look at Sun Tzu. He got burned by Daneza. Fire versus fire, but look at that. Healing you just to cancel out the burning mechanic, but he will be alive with that one. That canceled the damage over time. Levi goes in, and now he went in for the kill. He wants to get the Neza. He confirmed that kill. It was really nice. 4-1 score. I mean, this fight is so intense.
Yes, fights are over left and right here as Angela trying to hit on that ultimate to that Levi, but Gatsu still home safe and sound. And here we can see Xlis trying to zone out people from SES Indonesia, but SES Indonesia here trying to get that Overlord, and they will be able to take that plus a bonus push in the next two waves, as their waves will turn into those vanguards here, or the overlords here. And now we are going to see if there would be some commotion going on as SKYHAWKS trying to zone out people from X-List to make sure that the Tyrant will go onto their side.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing about Dashiao. I mean, spamming Lippy Koi Kai tied to isolate the members of the X-List. And now, they're fighting back. They wanted to make sure that they will be getting what they want to. Delva managed to escape, but look at this. Nessa goes on front. She's just trying to at least apply so much damage over time towards this team. And now the Gorilla, the Zhangfei here, now being taken out. Fake Rewind will be casted. Levi just goes for the Marco Polo. Just look at the amount of damage that he has. And the poke coming in from the entire members, enabling Gatsu for that triple kill. And now they got what they want to. They're answering back towards SES.
Yes, and it will be a free Tyrant going onto the side right now of X-List, as there would be no one to disturb but Sake all alone right here, and it will be a continuous farming here as Gatsu here will be taking out that Azure Golem onto their side, and Daira will be trying to put more pressure, trying to eliminate this bottom tier 1 turret, but I think SKYHAWKS was able to detect that Gatsu there, and he will be scurrying away, but someone will be in danger here as N is trying to get out of that fray, and it is still in danger here. Now we will see if there would be more damage that will be output, but off screen we can see that Levi taking and getting that unstoppable streak. It is still a continuous pressure as X-List now catching up to the next of SES Indo.
Game. SES might have been playing so aggressive towards the early game, but Force Excellence, they managed to at least keep up with the game. I mean, just look at the differential. SES, although that they are leading when it comes to gold by 1k, I mean, for Excellence is not a problem because Gatsu somehow is getting his groove. He's dealing a huge amount of damage as an assassin jungler, and that's what he needs. And that's what he needs to perform at his very best. Winning that fight, getting that triple kill, it enables him to perform. And now catching up, Excellence wants to give it a go once again, but SES, they're trying to drive them away.
I think they wanted to actually isolate that Alessio from that Zhangfei so that Alessio will be vacant and free for the picking, but no, Alessio was able to actually go out and hug that tower into that defense. Meanwhile, we will see more as both objectives are still on cooldown. They needed to take down those resources, and they need to take down more of those neutrals so that they will be able to catch up in a very early itemization that they needed as of the moment. Still, no combat as of the moment, and they would want to actually pick up a team fight sometime somewhere, but they just wanted to assert their position right now in the middle of the map.
Taking positions, but we can see right now, I mean, for N, he's gonna go for set sail, looking for a target. He goes in for Sake. Sake running low. He got eliminated. And now this force a fight. Wukong here representing Sun Tzu. And now, of course, the exchange of blows. X-List now winning that fight towards their favor. They're feeding Gatsu way too much because they're going way too deep, and now they're going bot as well. But Akardi now gets a target, and he's now going for the Zhangfei. The Zhangfei will be taking a fall, and this gives them clearance. 9-9 score, and this forced X-List to somehow respond to that aggression by Marco Polo, Akardi. And of course, this will be respected as well. They need to farm again. Go for objectives as well.
Yes, and we can see Gatsu all alone right now with that Overlord. No more Primal Bond to disturb that, but Sun Tzu will be there to actually scout more opponents. And yes, it is a free security on that Overlord, and we will see more of that Overlord in the next two waves. What will SES do here? Will they be able to defend on that? Meanwhile, there's a problem here. Ennis will be taken down on that gank going into the side of Delva. Now Delva will be getting that kill for that respect. Meanwhile, it is a tier 1 bottom tower going down for the side of X-List. Now, it will be more space to be occupied for the side of SES Indo, as there is still a slight lead on their end, but X-List can still go in with a fight on this one.
To give it a go, ladies and gentlemen, SES, X-List, they decided to do it at mid lane. For SES, they're advancing way too much. Leaping Koi died here just to isolate X-List, force them to at least defend, but right now we can see SES, they're trying to go towards X-List jungle. They wanted to go top. They wanted to initiate a fight. And now it's all about the inner towers. They're taking the top inner tower, but it's just clearing out the waves. Just clearing out the shadow vanguards here at this rate. But we can see X-List, they have some capabilities to clear out the minion waves on mid lane, so it's not gonna be a problem. Nessa with a Universe Ring Skyfall just to go and respond to the Tempest Vanguard, so that means one less player for the side of SES as they are competing for the Shadow Overlord of top lane. Set sail here will be utilized, connects towards Dashao, but that is not gonna be it. No fights will happening just yet.
And we saw that set sail actually zoning out people from SES Indo so that X-List will be able to take that Shadow Overlord not being disturbed. Meanwhile, we can see there is an occupation right now wherein SES Indo is still in danger, and there are 3 people going down on that. Thank you, Alessio, for that double kill. But the Wukong will be able to take one, as well as there are 2 to 3 people still surviving on this one. I think X-List was able to take down number 1 the objective, and number 2 3 people on the side of SES Indo. Now it is a free top tier, tier 1 tower and tier 1 middle tower for the side of X-List. It was a nice team fight and continuous objectives on their end.
Fireworks show. I mean, Daira is backing out the show. He's the Alisho. He's the pirate captain. I mean, he's just doing his absolute best. He managed to secure that huge Shadow Vanguard, but he got eliminated. I mean, that Shadow Tyrant or Shadow Vanguard got cleared easy by the SES Indo, but still, now I'm interested. X-List now has the gold lead on this game, so all that SES needs to do is to clear every wave, farm up their items, and then wait for the next big fight. I mean, this game is just way close than what we've seen right now in terms of kills and in terms of economy. SES and X-List, it seems like they know each other's weaknesses.
Yes, I agree with that. And now they also are thinking about the same thing. They're trying to zone out each other here just to secure that Tyrant right here in the bottom river. And we are going to see if there would be some commotion going on, who will be able to secure this Tyrant. Meanwhile, Marco Polo just shooting around that Tyrant right behind him as Zhangfei will be trying to isolate that. Meanwhile, Sansa, I think, will be going onto the fray, but Haino was able to take one, and Alessio will be taking out another. And yes, X-List will be taking that Tyrant as well, and it will be a good team fight. No casualties for X-List as they will be taking out 4 on the side of SES Indonesia, and they will be trying to be pushing down in this middle tower. And would it be an ace? Yes, it will be an ace as Levi will be cleaning out the last person alive for SES Indo.
For Wuhan, he just responded in the top because Gatsu managed to at least create some space, and now that space enabling them to win this game. X-List, after they suffered an early game deficit, they managed to decide to farm and catch up towards SES, and they emerge victorious. What a way to start our day number 2 of our round 2 here, Jet.
Yes, that was as close as it gets. One mistake will cost everything. That is how Honor of Kings is played. That's why you need to be careful on your team fights. You need to be careful on how you respond to team fights. And when that mistake happens, it will actually can cost you this game, just like what happened here right now.
They snowballed for Acardi, yes. He managed to get a good amount of items. Sage
Mhm.
Sanctuary, Doomsday. Might as well go for the Spark Forge. But it's not enough. 6 assists, 2 kills. Compared to Daira's Alicios, look at the amount of critical that this guy has. I mean, he's
Yes, look
packing
at
out a
that.
punch. 3
Yes.
kills, 3 assists. And for Gatsu, he has been the killer all throughout this game.
That was a very great performance here for Gatsu as he was able to respond and rotate whenever his team needs, and he was able to capitalize on any other person on the side of SES. Were in some of those team fights were in they weren't able to finish right away. He was there to actually finish and take those kills and give X-List that very crucial advantage, like what happened earlier on.
What a game it is. I mean, I kind
Yeah.
of like the early game composition of the SES. Might as well respect the Daxiao and the Angela for
Yes.
enabling the zoning and the burst capability. This gives room for Delva to farm and then rotate and get those easy kills. The amount of critical for Delva is good actually, but for Gatsu, he managed to farm up a really high amount of damage. Axe of Torment, go for the Blood Weeper, Master Sword. This guy is just way too farmed up. So look at the amount of damage, 67.6k. He dealt a lot, even higher than Akardi's total damage.
Yes, and we can see how much involved is Gatsu on there, as we can see here him as the MVP. But we can see also as Gatsu here with an 88% team fight involvement, every kill or every assist that that X-List was able to do, 88% of that he was either the one who kills or the one who's actually giving the kill. That's why with Levi or Gatsu in the middle of the fray, I think that was a very good top play when it comes to team fights for X-List, and that could be the key on how they were able to secure this victory tonight.
What a way to start this day. This night is way too hot, ladies and gentlemen. It was an intense action-packed match. Just, talking about the game, talking about what happened. This is a good start. I mean, two Indonesian teams battling it out on our Battle for Supremacy. It seems like they're living up to our tournament name. Reign
Yes.
Supreme, and they battle for supremacy. And, of course, Exodus emerged victorious. And with that said, one series done. We still have 7 more series. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be an interesting match because we have Execration and Flash gonna,
Yes.
settle this once and for all. So, Jet and Vince
Mm-hmm.
G will be taking a short break here. Don't go away. Reign Supreme will be right back.
Yes. Stay tuned.
First blood. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team triple kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team godlike. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an Blue team has slain team. Killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Destroyed a tower. Red team rampage. Red team killing spree. Dark team has destroyed a tower. Red team legendary. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team legendary. Ace.
You guys can't get enough of the action. And here we are, back here at again in the Battle for Supremacy TV's Reign Supreme. Jet and Vince G will be covering up the matches, but for now, it's all about these two teams, Execration and Team Flash, going at it once again. And the way I describe this matchup that we have here right now, these are the half of the four horsemen. Okay, I call them the four horsemen because they
Ooh.
were the pioneers of the Filipino pro teams here in the Honor of Kings. Execration and Flash, they have history in the major tournaments, and now they have to settle their scores here in the Reign Supreme. So, your thoughts about this, Jen?
This is quite crazy that they are actually meeting on the early onsets of this tournament as two founding Filipino fathers on HOK in Honor of Kings right now. It would be very interesting to look as this is still in a best of one tournament, mind you, and every mistake would actually lead them to their defeat. So that's why both of these teams rather need to actually go onto their A game as early as now so that they will be able to actually continue on the next round for this particular tournament.
Well, about proceeding towards the next round. They have survived the first round, and
Mhm.
now the second round, it's gonna be them facing up against each other. I even thought that they're gonna be reaching the semis, the grand finals, but for now, one needs to advance, one needs to go. And who is going to be that team that will advance in the quarterfinals? I mean, for earlier, we have two Indonesian greats battling out. So this time around, it's all about the Filipino greats. Execration and Flash, they're gonna go at it with each other. So let's see who survive in this best of ones that we're talking about.
And this will be interesting knowing that they need to actually think about how they pick and how their team composition would be because this would be quite a observation or quite an analysis going into both teams as I think in my humble opinion both of these teams know each other like the back of their palms or the back of their hand and they need to know how to counter, how they pick, how they play, and knowing about this they need to actually create a tactic or create a strategy that would take each other off guard and give us a very interesting match. And for us here as casters, we would love to see that entertainment rather, and we are going hopefully we are going to start the drafting phase right now and to see actually what would be the picks and the bans for both of these teams.
Well, it's all about playing their cards right. I believe that each and every one of these guys have been playing with each other from screams to local tournaments, but right now it's gonna be another tournament that will be able, I mean, they will be able to face each other. So some of them have an idea on who to ban, who to pick, but we don't know. I mean, with the recent patch, might as well learn new heroes and might as well get ahead over the other team. Might as well pick something that they didn't even see. So you expect that I'm gonna go, for example, you won, of course, ban that
Mm.
out. We don't care. Steal that. We don't care because we also have another hero to fill that out. So it's all about playing mind games in the draft. And the draft is the first part of the match.
Yes.
This
Yeah.
is this will be enabling them to play out their cards very right, and the execution later on, it's gonna matter as well.
Yes, it would matter as well, like their how they execute, how they time their team fights, or how they time in getting their resources or how do they execute, say for example, taking majority of the objectives like the tyrant and like the overlord. It would matter a lot in taking an advantage on this one. We have seen Honor of Kings in its very fast-paced gameplay wherein if you make a mistake in just a split second it would actually make a great change of tide, most especially if you were the ones on the receiving end on that mistake. That would be very crucial for both teams, and it will mean something if you take advantage of that.
Well, take advantage. Of course, you need to get ahead over your opponent in order for you to climb up here in this tournament. You wanted to reach the grand finals, and you're not going to be contented with just grand finals only. You need to win that grand finals. You need to be crowned as the reign supreme champion, and that is what you want. That is what your team wants, and every player, every team is craving for that. They need to win tournaments in order for them to add so much experience towards their resume. They need to get stronger. They're craving because Honor of Kings, it's just started, and the teams that we are seeing right now, also, they're getting started in introducing themselves in the professional scene worldwide.
And that is quite peculiar because we all know the global server for Honor of Kings just launched, like say for example last month, June 20, if I remember correctly. And I think some of these players have played Honor of Kings way before the global launch, and it has just been introduced to the Philippines recently. It's just introduced in June 20, and it is a matter of time for these Filipino teams to actually catch up on the international stage, and we will be able to witness how much or how quick these two teams be able to actually catch up on the current meta, on the current gameplay, and on the current patches of Honor of Kings. And as we know, this is an entirely different um multiplayer online battle arena, or a MOBA, that we are actually playing right now, and we are going to witness how two of the founding fathers of the Honor of Kings pro scene of the Philippines perform in this stage of the tournament.
About getting ahead of each other, and you're right. Actually, these players, these guys, they have been playing Honor of Kings before it got released globally in the App Store, in the Play Store, because they have been playing, aside from the beta release, they have been playing in the QQ, the Chinese servers. I mean, Chinese servers are way too complex, way too advanced. There's so many heroes to choose from that is not available here in the global. So if you're gonna be comparing the Chinese servers to the global servers, I mean, some of them, they're trying to at least catch up with the number of heroes, because it's gonna be Yao that's released today, and of course Dasiming is gonna come before the end of July. So they're gonna try to at least catch up with the popular heroes in the current Chinese meta, integrate it into the global, and then let's see how are they gonna mix that out with the current available heroes in the Honor of Kings, and even the balance of the patch. I mean, they're trying to adjust it in the just like the QQ server, so that if they are gonna prepare for the world tournament, I mean for the KIC, then it's not gonna be a problem transitioning towards the much more bigger and much more complex QQ server.
Yes, I agree with that. And we will be able to see, and both of these teams really needed to study. And I believe that both of these teams actually do their homework a lot, not just their current opponents, the current meta, not just on the global server, but also on the more advanced QQ server that you have mentioned earlier. And it is quite vital to actually be ahead against your opponents, and information is quite powerful, not just in any assets of life, but also can be applied here in Honor of Kings, and we can see how much they were able to get those. And I hope that they will be able to be prepared as of the moment, while both of us, both Vince and I, am very excited to actually see two of these Filipino teams slug it out in this stage as of the moment.
Well, I am excited. I am excited to see these two Filipino greats, the dark horse. I mean, the four horsemen, the two of the four horsemen of the Filipino Honor of Kings teams, battle it out to see who's the better among them here in the BFS TV. So might as well wait and talk about them as we speak, and probably give them some time to at least freshen up. Probably they are just way too excited. They're just anticipating so much matches, and you know, having this kind of matchup, they have no reason to back out. I mean, they have
Yes.
no reason to back out.
They have no reason to back out, indeed, because their names and their credibilities will be on the line, and of course, their abilities in actually playing this game will be on the line. And as we begin right now, our drafting phase, and that Haino will be getting out of this game by being banned by execration there. And it is a very early INDO ban, and it is quite a very dangerous pick if someone gets their hands on that.
The hands on the best heroes, might as well remove some of the annoying ones. For Dunn, reasonable because Dunn has that initiation capability. Unruly Blade getting close towards the opponents, probably go for the back line and then crowd controlling them with the wind slash. You know, that's the basic combo for the Dunn.
Yes.
And now Cosmos taking some time into considering who to ban next, because Dashao, we've seen Dashao earlier, but he's not gonna make it through the cut. And Mai Shiranui as well. No Mai Shiranui now.
Yes, that very nimble Mai Shiranui. We can see how much of a damage dealer when this gets into the right person's hands. And yes, the dash out earlier, we have seen how much it performed, and there's still a very potent composition if that dash out was able to get out of this banning phase. But speaking of getting out, we have seen this Dolia get out of this ban phase and gets picked by Execration. Let's see what's going to happen here, and we are going to see an Arlie plus a Kaiser on the side of Flash PH. Well, very nimble heroes, very sustainable. You can see Kaiser can actually go solo when it comes to, say for example, go through the jungle or go through the clash lane. But as we have seen here, there is a smite on that Kaiser, and I think that Kaiser will be going to the jungle.
Kaiser, he's gonna be the tank guy in the jungle. But as for Cosmo, okay, so you give Cosmo the Arlie. He wants Arlie that much, and Arlie, as we were talking about this with Kaisaya, Arlie definitely receives so much benefit from the recent patch. I mean, Arlie is one of those mobility marksman heroes that can dish out a huge amount of damage. And as for crowd controls, they don't have problem. They have Princess Frost, all about freezing everyone over, including a lane, but Lady Jen here being utilized by Execration. So this is gonna be interesting mid to mid battle. Mitsura, Astral, Lady Jen is all about getting the temperature down, being so cold for this one.
Yes, we have seen also ladies and very good crowd control specialist for both Execration and for Princess Frost on the side of Flash PH. It would matter on how they would initiate fights and how these two mid laners will position when it comes to an actual team fight. We all know that Dolia will be in front, actually either tanking that damage or supporting their teammates or pushing back opponents. That would be deemed crucial when it comes to, say for example, team fights or big offs. We will see how a response we have got here, and we can see a ban on the side of Execration as they take out a Ukyo Tachibana, very high damage output, and quite a mobile as well, either in the clash lane or in the jungle. And on the other side, there is a Direnji and a Lady Sun ban on this one. We all know nimble, evasive, those are the two traits of Direnji, and he could actually dish it out on the late game if it goes out to, and it will be picked by Execration. Meanwhile, on the Lady Sun, that very annoying passive for, and he could actually get a very quick cooldown on his skill 1 because of that passive. He could actually nuke a lot and dish out a lot of damage while being evasive as well.
Ooh, I mean, I love what I'm seeing here. It's all about how they're gonna be starting up the fight. Crowd controls, initiation-wise, well, AESIR will be locking down the Lian Po. So Burst Ram goes in, Tremor Smash, just, you know, he just smashed things, and that's what he wants.
Yeah.
And for Danny, just taking his sweet time. Okay, let me pick my marksman. I am choosing what to par in with the Arlie. So I'm gonna be settling with the Ho Yi, and I need some protection. I'm gonna go for Carl Menki. I mean, Menki is one tanky one tanky jungler guy. I mean, this guy can easily clear out, can easily make sure that his opponents can be softened. He's just getting bigger, and his damage as well is getting bigger. He's getting chunkier as we speak, if he absorbs way too much.
Yes, that's true, and we can see, I think this will be a Lian Po roamer and a Sansa clash lane. Meanwhile, on the side of Flash PH. And this has completed our drafting phase as of the moment. And we are going to wait patiently here just to see when the games will be starting, because I personally am very excited for these two countrymen that we have right now slug it out, and who among these two forefathers of the PH Honor of Kings esports scene will be going into the next round. I think, Vince, it is quite really early for these two to actually face off in this
5
particular
seconds.
stage.
Yeah, it's way too early. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the second series of the night. Execration Team Flash, as we welcome you here in the Heroes Gorge. Jet, Vince G will be delivering you the action. As you can see right now on mid, it's gonna be the two mid heroes, gonna be the two supports poking out. But Danny here, he wanted to clear out the minion waves and get ahead on the laning.
But it's quite peculiar here to see that Huyi in the middle lane while as Lady Zen in the bottom. And I think it would be quite a good strategy as long as there is a support that would be there, that would be roaming, just to make sure that their high damage dealer, that Huyi, will be able to get that quickest farm possible, so that they will be able to actually snowball out on the late game. Meanwhile, we can see Flash taking out that Azure Golem off the side of Execration, stealing that one. Meanwhile, Prince, I think it will be a danger, and First Blood will be going out to Team Flash as they were able to eliminate Dolia at that early stage of the game.
What? Bold for Team Flash to go out and invade, and might as well get the better spoils at it. I mean, Rafa here will be the casualty for the side of Execration, so for Flash, it has been a good start, and I kind of like the rotation here. I mean, the adjustments, it's quite usual for the Arlie to at least pick out his sides. So he's gonna be staying for the farm lane, might as well go for the mage as early as that to at least power up with the magic damage that Arlie has. And so for the Hoi, he's now confident to go back towards his lane because somehow Lady Jen here keeps the farm lane in check, and now he's gonna go back at mid to deal with the Princess Frost Astral. And now we can see the set sail here commencing, but he's not gonna hit it. But he wanted to go for the lane hide. You need to hide. You need to run for your life. But that's a good hide in the brush. He gets unnoticed.
Yes, we have seen that very nice defense going into the side of Execration. Meanwhile, in the middle, as Mankey goes down in the middle and takes out Princess Frost in that danger. Meanwhile, Yanpo needs to get away from that and take that Ju away. And then Viol will be getting in on that danger as Kaiser, or I mean that Sansa, will be able to take down that Dolia as well, taking out two on the process by taking out Lady Zen. It is a very good counter exchange on the side of Team Flash, as they wanted more, and probably they wanted that lane as well.
Man, Chris almost dying in that initiation fight, but we all know that Liam Poe is a tanky guy, and now Team Flash enabling the invade, and now they're gonna go in from the Crimson buff. They wanted to take out this Golem, but the Smite will secure it, and now Violet is gonna walk away with the buff. He's gonna walk away with the benefit. He's now gonna make sure that Execration will not benefit from the jungle camps. As you can see, the gold, the economy coming in from Team Flash, they're way up 2K.
Yes, we have seen, I think, more than 1k gold lead on the side of Team Flash here, as we have noticed that Mankey right here would be in danger as Ted Sail might be hitting the wall, but it still is, they're still both safe on this one. I think that would be a flop, but no, I think that's not. It's just making sure that Team Flash will be able to zone out and keep their teammates safe on this one. And we have seen this Kaiser just being a happy farmer on his own jungle, because he knows that his teammates will be invading on the other side, and as much as possible take out a Crimson Golem in the process, like they did a couple of times earlier.
Well, a couple of times, a couple of fights, and now we can see the objectives being taken now. 4 minutes, the first Tyrant is now being contested. Team Flash now becoming more and more confident. Now Winter's here being casted. Violet secured that. Tempest with a smite. Now Astra is now gonna fall, take a fall towards their side, and now they're looking for more. And now Trevor Smash smashing through them. Elaine gets a double. Killing spree for the Sansa. And now Violet is not stopping. He wants the Mankey. I mean, he's not gonna let Carl survive in that one. And now we can see the applying of the pressure towards the side of Execration. They're trying to fight it back. They're trying to fight it out, but still, they got something out of that. They got Arisen, so that's not really bad after all. But of course, just look at this. I mean, RTG here becoming way too mad. So, you know, swinging his huge amount of axe.
Yes, that swinging would be very dangerous if it hits that Elaine, and that Elaine was in its 50% HP on that. Meanwhile, we can see at the bottom lane right now, Huyi trying to actually deal out damage, but that Yanpo just eating it like, well, you know, peanuts for breakfast. Meanwhile, hide. You need to hide because there are two people right there in your jungle and you might be in danger. And we can see that Carl here trying to actually dish out damage and trying to zone out that Kaiser so that that Kaiser won't be able to steal that Azure Golem on that. Meanwhile, Yanpo in the middle going to zone out that middle lane right here, and we can see it would be quite in danger right here as Dolia would be no, we'll be safe here, safe and sound. Nothing wrong or nothing dangerous might be happening here. We will be continuing giving lanes and giving space for this one.
That's all about giving lanes, giving space. It's all about creation of the spaces. They need to take objectives. Team Flash is way ahead of that. And now Execration, they need to figure out something in order for them to turn the tides. They spot Hyde, and now they're chasing after him. Hyde needs to run very quick. He did not use the sprint. He's now very safe in his outer tower on the top lane. Set sail will be casted, and now they wanted to go somewhere else. Probably target the bottom lane because they can spot Ho Yi, and it's gonna crash through the Dolia. And now Rafa here needs to do something. He needs to survive towards the team fight. A lot of front controls being utilized here, and now we can see even the ultimate will be casted here by the Princess Frost. They managed to get Hyde, and now the Rampage coming in from the Violet. He wants to get Karl as well, and they are chasing Rafa. Rafa running low. Of course, Cosmo is gonna get that one, but Cosmo is gonna be the casualty. Mixura is gonna get that kill. What's gonna be the next thing that the Flash will do? It's all about clearing the middle lane. It's all about wiping the tower, but Execration, they decided to defend as Violet will be taking the Overlord.
And it will be a very spacious Overlord as two people from Flash will be using themselves to actually zone out the opponents. They might be able to pick up the Princess Frosties, and yes, they will be able to take out that Lady Zen in instead. I think I have mistaken that Princess Frost from that Ladies, and meanwhile we have seen that Kaiser take out that Overlord on his own thanks to the spacing that his teammates have given him. Meanwhile, RTG might be in danger here, and he will be eliminated by that Mankey on that shutdown. Sansa will be sinking down with his ship for how many seconds on this particular game. We are going to see how much more space do these people need so that they will be able to actually execute better team fights on this one.
The ship in sinking, it seems, and now they have to wait for RTG to respawn at this rate. Team Flash still leading when it comes to elimination because 10-5 score, but Team Flash, they need to maintain that consistency. They need to maintain that aggression. Execration is just waiting for their sweet time because if this drags on for too long, Execration may farm up their items. This is not gonna look good for Team Flash. This can soften and weaken Team Flash capability. And now Hyde here, he needs to run towards his teammate. But good thing Rafa is there. But now we can see Violet trying to initiate. Of course, he's gonna be the tanky guy to start the fight. And now we can see Arisen here trying to at least accompany Violet, but they wanted to go for the objectives. So Tyrant is gonna be up for grabs. Execration, Team Flash, it's gonna matter in a couple of seconds. But the initiation is happening.
Yep, we can see the initiation happening. Zoning out is Team Flash, shooing away people from Execration. And but that Sansa is going down with that Mankey, and that Huyi, Danny is getting free hits on that one. Double kill on the side of Execration, and there's still an elimination. 3 people down on the side of Team Flash. That is a reversal of fortune. Meanwhile, Flaming Arrow has hit on that, and they were able to destroy that middle tier 1 tower on that. What will happen next as 3 people are down on the side of Team Flash? Will Execration, yes, Execration will be taking down that Tyrant in a short while before that will respawn once more in a few seconds or more.
The Shadow, Tyrant, and the Overlord, they just need half a minute before 10 to make sure that they're gonna be getting that towards their advantage. But Execration winning that fight, getting 3 kills and getting the last Tyrant before it became enhanced. This is gonna be a win from them, and this is what I'm talking about. Execration is just waiting for their sweet time in order for them to bounce back, and they got a pretty decent amount of kills. Team Flash needs to work away with that. I mean, Execration still leading in a certain amount of gold, but if this goes on, this is gonna be bad for Team Flash.
And we can see Raph trying to zone out members from Team Flash to actually get that Overlord on their side. And meanwhile, we can see also that Dole is still continuing to zone out those, and that Flaming Arrow will be out just to actually check out and initiate and hopefully catch out someone. And it will be an Overlord for the side of Execration as Mankey is trying to secure that. Meanwhile, on the bottom part of the map, we are seeing there is still a clash, but the Tyrant will be going onto the side of Team Flash. Still a very good exchange on that major objective on that one. Meanwhile, I think there is still a commotion going on as that Elaine is still going into deep, trying to eliminate Astral, and Astral will be down for the count, and it is still a continuous invasion on the side of Team Flash as Execration trying to push in their issue and try to assert their dominance on this particular side of the game.
You can see how aggressive Execration got after that they won the fight. I mean, for Danny, he's gonna be doing all the hits, and now they're becoming more and more confident. I mean, as Danny gets his item, as Core gets his item, they're gonna be confident. They're gonna be protecting Danny at all costs because he's the primal source of damage here. Death of Sunset has been casted, and now we can see the fights happening left and right. I mean, for Danny, he's being safeguarded. He's being gatekept. He's the president as we speak. Execration needs to escort the president very, very safely in order for them to provide a huge amount of damage towards the towers and the heroes as the inner tower on the top lane has been taken out. Team Flash, they need to respond to that. How are they gonna react towards Execration's aggression towards the mid game?
They need to know how to scout and initiate team fights for the side of Team Flash. I think it would be very possible if most of them will be sticking together and will try to take risk actually invading the jungle or creating a push, since there are still no towers on the side of Execration.
Oh my. There's no tower indeed, and by the way, the fight is still ongoing.
Yes, it's still going, but no casualties have been announced right here, and it is a push going into the bottom lane as they try to force the issue on the high ground tower for the side of Execration because there are no 2 tiers of towers on the side of Team Flash. And meanwhile, we can see right now Sunset going down. Would there be another casualty as Tianpo is in danger right now? Rampage will be getting got by that Menki, and still, there's still an unstoppable streak. That Kaiser would be able to get one, but to what cost? He will be taken down by the Tuyi. It will be might be an end of this game right now, as Ace will be taken by Execration, and they will be ending this game in 13 minutes and a few seconds. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Execration will be going to the next round.
Execration, ladies and gentlemen, they have won this fight. Of course, props to Team Flash. They have dominated the early game, but of course, after the mid-game fight, they decided to bounce back. Just look at the amount of kills. Even Carl having some struggles scaling up during the early game, but mid-game, he finds his groove. He finds his opportunity to create so much tank items. I mean, Long Night Guardian, Blazing Cape, Pure Sky. Carl can initiate every fights whenever he rolls, and he's gonna try to eat their dreams alive for Team Flash. Violet here, actually he did good. He did good as the Kaiser, but the only problem is the Execration, they have been waiting for that key objective. And that key objective is to win fights, take up so much pace, and then it just snowballed on their favor. But for Team Flash, props to them for playing out well, but Execration has proven themselves to be the better team.
Yes, that is congratulations to Execration by taking this out. We have seen that Arisen still on the side of Team Flash is involved in majority, I mean all of the team fights that they have won and the kills that they have actually done. Meanwhile, on the side, it's still Hyde on the side of Execration. Even though he was actually struggling on the early onsets of the run, he was being ganked by RTG and Violet numerous times. He was able to survive even though he has been quite behind on his economy on the early onsets of the game. Meanwhile, on the other side, it has been very helpful wherein team fights, and there are some mistakes for Team Flash wherein there was a zone out on the side of the Tyrant, wherein Execration was able to execute better team fight initiations and better team fight tactics on that. That is one of the that is one when Execration started to take over the game and they didn't want to let go of it.
I agree. I mean, for Flash, I think they respected the amount of physical damage that they have. Just look at the item capabilities or the item builds coming in. For Violet, yes, he got the blazing, he got the long night guardian, but he did not finish the glacial buckler just in time. And of course, that same goes for Arisen. He's gonna go for the glacial buckler. He's just trying to at least gain some huge amount of hit points and trying to block all those physical damage, because the physical amount, the amount of physical damage that they have, Danny has a physical amount of damage, high physical amount of damage. Hyde also has both physical and magical damage, and of course Carl's durability and those a little bit of magical damage. So you have to respect that, and for them, it has been too late for them to at least withstand and farm those items that they need. So I mean, what a game it is! It's a game where the guys here are doing their absolute best.
Yes, and we have seen one of the teams from Philippines, Execration, going through to the next round. Very tight battle indeed, and it was been expected on how these two Filipino teams slug it out. It has been to the death. There has been no significance of a team domination from the early onsets of the round because the team fights have been very well executed, and since that mistake from the side of Team Flash onto that Tyrant invasion, it was taken by Execration quite well, and they didn't let go ever since. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the second game. There will be more games available. Vinci and Jet will be back for Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Season 1. Stay tuned.
First blood. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has Blue team double kill. Red team killing spree. Slain an enemy. Red team rampage. Shut down. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Blue team has slain an enemy. Unstoppable. Blue team ramp. Blue team has destroyed.
Okay, 2 games down, 6 more to go, and we are still here in Battle for Supremacy, Reign Supreme Season 1, Honor of Kings Edition. With me, Jet, and together with me is Vince G. Vince G, very crucial game that we have right now. But earlier, though, it was a battle for by two Filipino teams, and what a game that was.
What a game that was, because the first sets of matches that we had, I mean, Indonesia has their greatest teams like STS and of course the other team, and after that we also have Philippines' very own Flash and Execration. So what a way to start our evening here. And now we're gonna be going up against Myanmar and Philippines, as Acer and Apex will be facing each other. Both ace, but let's see who are going to score an ace on this match.
That would be quite crucial to actually see. And we have I think there were talking points about these teams wherein they need to both study and they need to actually watch the previous games. Like I think you have did Vince, and I think there was one team here, if I remember correctly, that actually finished it in less than 6 minutes.
Yeah, less than 6 minutes. I believe that was Acer Esports, and that's a really, really good thing to watch. Just a sight to behold, because personally, I have not seen a game that fast, even in tournaments, even in my own ranked game. So that's really, really new for me. But for Apex, I believe that they're prepared because they have an idea on how Acer played. So Acer right now will be making sure that they're gonna be winning in less than 6 minutes. So let's talk about the drafts. I mean, banning out Mai and Dasha right off the bat. I mean, Mai is getting recognized as of late because Mai Shiranui's capability to reposition her opponents and deal an insane amount of damage. You gotta respect that.
That I agree with you. Not just reposition his opponents, but reposition herself to a better spot wherein Mai can actually deal damage as well. And yes, there is also a recognition for that done over here. Oh, and I think that Guan Yu ban is quite interesting. You know, move speed matters, and transitioning from team fights to team fights will be very crucial, as Guan Yu's damage will depend on how much move speed that he had while accumulating any movement, and the higher the move speed is, the higher the damage that he could actually dish out. Very suited for team fights. I think that it would be Apex's bread and butter on that one. Meanwhile, the Dun ban, still a good initiation team fight. And now, Vince, let us discuss about this Alain pick on the side of Apex.
Well, for Alain, actually, he's getting so much love when it comes to becoming the Clash laner that every team needs. I mean, he needs that perfect amount of kill kit. I mean, having execute or sprint, because if they're gonna be talking about dealing or executing their opponents way easy, well, execute is the way because it matches with his skill AoEs. I mean, the AoE circle that he has, it matches with the execute, and at the same time, if they are trying to find a way for a lane to survive for way too long or to escape his opponent, I mean, Flash is not really good. They have to rely on sprint because he can like regenerate and run away, because he just needs to build a life steal in order for him to keep himself alive in the Clash lane. But speaking of another hero that can do clear out the lanes, well, we have Yuwon in the jungle.
Yes, it is a human in the jungle. Yes, it is very good in clearing out lanes. Very good also in actually transitioning team fights with that very quick clear that she can actually do, and that very high damage potential as well. Meanwhile, we can see a very interesting mid lane clash here between a Hino for Acer Esports. Meanwhile, Lady Zen for the other side.
Lady Zen, we've seen her, doing so much because the amount of skill capabilities of Lady Jen, you can like easily crowd control her opponents. And of course, Lady Jen hasn't been adjusted because the first skill before, it's way too different. I mean, for Lady Jen, now having that crowd control, flowing Sai might be annoying because it bounces way back and forth. She also had destructive deluge to at least creates a pool to freeze her opponents over. So, having that, it's gonna be annoying. It's gonna be hard for you to deal with. For Ano, well, he has that escape mechanic. He can survive and he can poke away.
Yeah. And we have seen from the previous meta, I think can still be applied up to now, that Haino Dolia combination, which is very potent when it comes to probably laning and team fights, which actually matter in this one. Meanwhile, we are going to actually see is that a Ling ban and a Marco Polo ban rather on the other side. And let's see what's going to happen next, as there will be a Dharma ban for Apex, and yes, they wanted to actually eliminate that potency for team fights and ganks for this Dharma. Meanwhile, would there be a pick, or did AESIR Esports actually skip the last ban, or what has happened here?
I mean, of course, probably they did not even decided on what to ban, but doesn't matter. It's just one hero, so probably it's gonna be one less hero in the ban pool. So that's gonna open up more and more opportunities for each and every one. I mean, having Ho Yi right off the bat towards the farm lane, they need to have something that can go on par with the farm lane. And let's not forget about the new hero, Luara. Okay, Luara is gonna be utilized. So Humble God here, he's gonna be juking out with Luara. Y20, I assume he's gonna be the support that is gonna be facing up against JC. So all that's left to fill, it's gonna be the Clash lane.
The Clash lane, yes, it would be the Clash lane for AESIR Esports. Meanwhile, yeah, it's still 15 seconds. They could actually still pick who a better Clash lane, whether it's a Sansa or a Butterfly or a Mayin on that note. Let's see what's going to happen here as Yorick still trying to pick out. Yes, it would be a Sansa. Very nice, as in when it comes to team fights, he could actually bring someone else with him, and we have seen this a number of times wherein he could actually create an impact when it comes to team fights, most especially if he's bringing that Kaiser along with him on that clash.
Sansa, actually, he's getting so much love as I've seen. I mean, 3 games, 3 series that we are casting right now, that we're covering right now, involves a Sansa every round, every game in their draft. So let's see who's gonna win this, Apex and AESIR. I mean, let's just weigh it out who's gonna be the winning team. So we are familiarizing with AESIR because they wanted to make sure that this game is very, very quick. But can they do that with the lineup that they have? I mean, you gotta respect Sansa. You gotta respect Sansa with Dolia that can utilize another set sail when they want to.
Yes, and with that Dolia Haino combination as well, it would be very itchy to see in any lane that either this Haino and Dolia combination will be seen. And now we have seen it right now that the Dolia Haino combination will be right there in the middle, facing off against that Lady Zen and that Lianpo right there. And we can see that there is still, slight pushing here and there, and trying to assert their position so that they'll be able to actually maximize those waves that they're actually getting in.
About maximizing the wave, but now AESIR Esports have becoming more and more confident when it comes to lane clearing, jungle clearing. They wanted to make sure that they're gonna be making or picking off every jungle camps that Apex has, and they're not gonna leave anything behind here. Even Kaiser is just doing the clearing on their own side. I mean, this is what they do. They clear out the enemy lanes while they're doing the cleanup on their own side as well. Rotate that as early as now. I mean, for them, it's gonna be a go as we speak, because we've seen a lot of skills being utilized as we speak as well.
Yes, we have seen that, and there was an attempt by Jace to actually isolate that enemy Luara on the side of Apex. Meanwhile, right here, Miney would want to actually explore the depths of the jungle of AESIR Esports, and that would be a commotion going on right now as Nobu trying to catch up with 3 people on that matter, but he will be given out probably, and that would be a first blood on that Dolia. Apex getting that advantage on that counter attack that they are trying to set on that.
Seems like having to play ahead of the Acer Esports. I mean, Acer Esports. I have been refreshed with the lineup that Acer Esports has. I mean, for Acer, the Jungle Nobu, he played the U1, but seems like they wanted to give it a go. I think they're gonna be unleashing a lot of skills here. They're chasing down mine, and now with the heal and sustain, it's not enough to keep the Lian Po alive. But of course, they managed to get that kill. But we can see Insane now trying to fight back, and now JC has his retribution. I mean, he managed to at least have his payback out, and Acer Esports doesn't want to back down. I mean, just look at that. Even though that they lost the first skirmish, they are back with a vengeance, and they wanted to even dive where Insane was. So Insane needs to be careful. And now, for Mine, he's gonna be back in action. We can see a lot of AoEs, even the pool of water coming here for the Dolia being utilized just to clear this AESIR golem towards that. And now, diving way too deep. Just look at that. Nobu sacrifices life just to at least get the better of Insane, but this is not looking good. I mean, they're diving towards the base of Apex, but Acer Esports needs to run for their life because we can see Itamaru getting some decent kills as well, but a 1v1 skirmish here from Flick. He managed to win up against Humble God. He got humbled.
Yes, I agree with that. That was in too deep, too much depth for the side of Acer Esports to actually go into the depths of that jungle. And I think they paid the price for that because as that Lian Po and the others have respawned, they were ready to actually counterattack on that one. Meanwhile, another invasion going into the side of Apex right now, trying to actually get that Azure Golem on their side. No casualties that happened as of this moment, and still I think that would mean more information going into the side of Apex as we see that there is a dive. Set sail has been launched by Sun Tzu, and I think he wants to go down on the middle lane, trying to fish in that Lady Zen out of that, and they are now zoning in the middle lane. Wherein they wanted to zone out other people on that Tyrant.
Was getting the first Tyrant, and now we can see Flick trying to flick his opponent. He gets the double, getting Nobu as his second target, but we can see the confidence. Y20 is now trying to fight back. Apex Esports, they managed to get ahead of Acer, and now Acer was forced to play defensively. They even go deep. I mean, for Lian Po's Mine, he's not stopping, but it's gonna cost Y20's life, but they got an ace already. Nobu woke up, and now they chose violence, they chose death. And now for the Acer, blood is gonna spill, because every time they charge in towards Apex, they are turning this around. Apex winning every fight that Acer Esports is delivering them.
And now another Tyrant going into the side of Apex right now, and it is still a very much an advantage for the side of Apex Esports, as Acer very gullible to actually dive down deep all alone. And we can see another elimination as Humble God got humbled there, and Miney not disregarding the tier 2 bottom tower on that, and still tries to dive in deep to actually give Itamaru and Insane that experience by taking out Humble God. Meanwhile, it's still that Lian Po going into really the depths of the bottom tower right now, so that Luara will be able to actually take out that tier 2 tower, and then will be followed up by an elimination as Jace went down on that by Flick.
There's no 5-minute game. We broke the 6 minutes of this game. Okay, going back, I remember Nobu utilizing the U1, and as far as a 1 minute goes, he goes in for level 4 that quick. He rotated, and that's where they snowball. But right now, they're struggling with the Kaiser that they have. Set Sail has been casted, but it's not gonna hit anyone from Apex. So Apex now becoming more and more confident. They wanted to take towers after towers, getting the inner tower. For Luara, he's just doing his job. Her job to at least pulverize every towers on the lane. So for Apex, Now, it has become their game. Now they are hunting the Acer Esports as they take down towers after towers. The opponent is back! How can Acer respond to this? But look at that. The sustains coming through the Dolia. Rampage from Insane. And that's an insane play. Giving space for Flick to take down that middle inner tower. So, what's gonna be the next for Acer? What's gonna be on their book right now?
They need to actually try to take risks here, as well as when they get even more defensive, there would be more space for Apex here to actually take down objectives. It is a free overlord onto the side right here, as it will be contested by Flick and Miney over there with the support of Itamaru. Meanwhile, as we can see there, it will be a Flick elimination on that overlord, and it will be two waves of overlord vanguards going onto the side of Apex and help them with their push right now. Meanwhile, we can see right here, they are still trying to zone out Yorix and Sojo on this one, as Miney, this not minding that middle tier, the top tier 2 tower, and trying to get into really deep of Acer Esports. Well, which actually gives even more space for Flick to actually dish out damage, and that would be an unstoppable streak as Hino gets eliminated on that. There was also a dive, and it will be an elimination as well, but they were able to take one on that, and they will be able to take down two on that. But there's still a continuation of that assault, and it will be an ace, a triple kill for that lane, and there will be a continuous push with that Vanguard, and this might be probably the end if Acer Esports cannot respond on this one on time.
It's maximizing their winning potential for Apex. They're clearing the high grounds. They took down mid, they took down top, and now for Acer Esports, it's all up to them to respawn as the crystal crumbles. Apex got the win. So, you cannot spell this game, you cannot spell their name without A. And that is why Apex deliver a double ace, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, and it is true to their name, Apex, right onto the top of the mountain, and we can see it is a very flawless play from that Q1, getting that 16.0 MVP and most kill involvements right here, as we can see 5 kills, 1 death, and 15 assists. Same goes with Miney there with that 15 assists as well. We can see how much of a team collaboration that Apex has actually made, as Acer Esports are having a difficult time trying to get that farms, and Apex trying to invade jungles as easy as that.
I mean, for Acer Esports, I believe that they wanted to end this fast, but of course Apex, no doubt, they did a lot of research on what they're gonna be picking. So Apex just made Acer Esports had a taste over of their own medicine, because they stole U1 from Nobu, and at the same time, even though that they did not end it in less than 6 minutes, but they did sure that they ended in their favor before 9 minutes came into play. And as for Itamaru, he managed to farm up really well. This is what's good about U1. U1 has that magic amplification, plus he got that heal, he got the sustain. So every time that they do fights with the U1, I mean, U1 can easily pop the ultimate. For the ultimate being there every time, it gives mine and Flick, I mean for Y20, more and more confidence to initiate, because they know that they have that sustain coming in from Itamaru.
And not just from Itamaru, they also have someone who can actually eat out damage coming from Miney, and Miney very good in taking damage, and also creating an initiation and crowd control for those. We're in that, even that Dolia Hino combination, which is quite potent on the previous tournaments, didn't have an answer on that. They Acer, even though with that Dolia Hino combination, they were still having the difficulty on that, even though their team composition is quite a very good team fight base.
Fight base indeed, and for Acer, I mean, it's also team fight centric. I mean, I can see the combinations that Acer Esports wants. I mean, they're confident with Yorick Sunse And of course, all God needs to do is to humble his opponents with the normal attacks, the basic attacks that he can dish out. I mean, just look at that, investing towards the critical right off the bat. So Humble God needs to rely on heavy damage. But for Apex, they managed to find a way to stop that invasion from happening, because Nobu winning that invade right off the bat, stealing a lot of resources from Apex. Yes, they did struggle towards the early game, but they managed to win fights because Luara did not even die. She got protected and he carried out the entire game for the side of Apex. Congratulations to Apex, because they will be proceeding towards the next round.
Yes, congratulations once again to Apex as well, and and indeed, those that was the third game of our series of games right here today, and there will still be more games on hand as we are going on to our break. Battle for Supremacy reign supreme. Will be back.
First blood. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team killing spree. Shut down. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue 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 team double kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team rampage. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Blue team rampage. Blue team unstoppable. Blue team has slain. Shut down. Blue team double kill. Blue team. Blue team rampage.
welcome you back here in the Battle for Supremacy TV's Reign Supreme, just like here. That's just like
Yeah,
what where
this
Jet
one.
is pointing at. This one,
Yeah,
this one.
this one.
Yeah,
Yeah, there
because
you go.
we are almost halfway through. I mean, we're almost going for the fourth round. Immortals, they're gonna be facing. I mean, we're gonna be facing another great team. For Immortals, it's gonna be
Yeah,
Vietnamese Mafia, and I
yeah.
believe the peeps from YouTube are waiting for this matchup. Your thoughts about this, Jet?
Well, I've seen Vietnamese Mafia. They had a very good performance on the last time that I've casted their game, and yes, it is quite. I think they have a very good fan base as well as some of the people are actually waiting for their games. Vote for Vietnamese Mafia and the next game probably the Vietnamese Gangsters. I think those there is a heavy fan base from Vietnam for these two teams on this particular tournament. Meanwhile, the Immortals, I think I haven't seen their game that much, but it is still up for grabs. We have known that still this is a best of one series, so they need to actually do their research on this one.
They need to create an extra effort in order for them to know their opponents better. They
Yeah,
need
I
to
agree.
make some research, probably identify which which are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, in order for them to get the best out of this matchup. Because we're talking about a best of ones here. It's gonna be a one-time try. It's gonna be, you win or you're not gonna win. So you need to win in order for you to see your team in the quarterfinals. And by the way, guys, we're almost near the quarterfinals. We're just filling up the teams here. We already have our first four teams, and now today we confirmed our seventh team. But right now, who's gonna be the eighth team to fill out the slots? I mean, for Immortals or Vietnamese Mafia, who's gonna fill up the slots?
Yes, and I hope that this team will actually give us a good performance at this one. And yes, we are really waiting for this both of these teams to actually, get more information and give us better games than before, since they have actually learned how both of these teams actually play. Both teams wanted to do map controls, and yeah, there should be signature heroes that should be actually be restricted on this particular round. That is quite important on this part because, of course, either you ban them respectfully or ban the combinations that are possible on that one. It is quite important because team composition and team combinations would be very vital on this particular stage of this tournament. We're in either how these teams work and you know how to counter them, or you just respect and remove the signature heroes of these particular teams because it would be quite crucial if they will be able to play on their best spot. It's like play your best way and make sure your opponents will be playing in the worst way possible, and that would be only be succeeded if you are in your draft phase.
Well, let's see if ever that they're gonna be picking out one of the really really best heroes that they can get here on this game, because all about outsmarting your opponents, all about getting ahead out of them. So it's gonna be an interesting take for them to fight that out, because you cannot afford to lose here in a best of ones. As I've said earlier, all about the hype. Each and every each and every one of these guys are trying to get ahead or to climb towards the grand finals, but their supporters, their viewers are heavily relying on them. They wanted them to win, and if you're supporting these guys, might as well comment down below so we can see your love and support for your team. So make some noise there in the comments, please. We wanted to read every comment that you are gonna be typing there.
Yes, and please keep continuing to actually see here in our comment section, as hopefully we would be having more interactions from you, our dear audiences, and show us your love, show us your support for your respective teams, because that would actually give them a motivation that they know that there are people who are actually supporting them on this comment section. Even the simple say go say for example this team, that would actually mean most to them, as since they are, well, giving the biggest support through watching you and following you in every step of your journey. So for our dear audience, shout out to your teams, give a message of support for your teams, and continue that support in any way possible that you can, because that would mean matter not just for these players but for the entire tournament as well.
About winning this tournament. So as we wait for these teams, I mean, let's talk about the Immortals. Let's talk about the Vietnamese Mafia. So India's very own the Immortals. I was very surprised that the Immortals managed to pop off. I mean, I believe they played during my first time here in the BFStv's Honor of Kings tournament, and I've seen how good these guys are. I mean, for the Indian regions, for the Indian guys there, they have been dominating towards that first game. And now they're up against the Vietnamese Mafia. Vietnamese Mafia here doesn't want to back down without a fight. So let's see who is going to win up against each other. So are we gonna see some Indian teams going towards the next round? Well, as much as I wanted to see that, I mean, it's all up to them to make sure that they got the slot towards the quarterfinals.
Yes, that would be quite interesting if there would be Indian teams, so that there would be diversity on our region, to see that there are really great teams from any facet of our continent. And it would be very nice for our community to see that there is really a tight competition if we see very varied communities from very varied sides of of this continent that are actually doing well in Honor of Kings. Yes, it is still $1,000 at stake here. It's still a best of one tournament series, and it would be very crucial to see these people actually excel and improve in every step of the way. Now, I hope that we are going to proceed to our next game, and I am quite excited on how the Immortals and Vietnamese Mafia will clash on this one.
Well, all about the clashes, it's all about the fights, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna see how these guys are gonna perform. The match number 4 for this night is definitely going to be underway, but we're gonna be waiting for the draft to commence. I mean, this is gonna be a really long night for us because we're gonna be covering 8 series, 8 best of 1s, and we're almost halfway through. So I kind of admire the determination from the teams, from the players to make a name for from themselves here in the Honor of King scene, because Battle for Supremacy TV gave them a platform to showcase how great they are. And if they're gonna be making a name, well, might as well do it here. Might as well dominate this entire tournament because you wanted to prove that you're the best out of the best teams there is.
And of course, knowing that Battle for Supremacy is also a grassroots development level, if I'm not mistaken, there would be people who are actually watching from the ground up, and we'll probably find out more people with a very high ceiling of potential, and they want to cultivate on this one. That's why, as much as possible, make the most out of this tournament. Get some wins, get some really exciting plays, make the crowd roar on how you play the game, whether it be very strategic, whether it be very exciting, whether it be very flashy. That would be very well for our community, and it would be very much welcome for you to actually try it out, and this will be the perfect platform to do it. Yes. and
Yes.
um and yes, Vince, you have something. I think you have something to say right now.
I did agree. I mean, I did agree on your point. I
Yeah.
mean, I did agree because Battle for Supremacy TV gave the aspiring players, the aspiring teams here to make a name out of themselves. Because
Mhm.
not only in the newly launched Honor of Kings, of course, they also have every other games there is. I mean, they also have that game of Fortnite, Call of Duty Mobile, a lot of battle royales there left and right, and I believe they're gonna be doing more and more tournaments in the future. So if you are watching, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this stream and you're hooked to what you are seeing right now, might as well drop a like or probably share this to everyone that you know, because for the love of Honor of Kings, please do it. because I am telling you why. I believe if this one, if we manage to finish this Reign Supreme Season 1, well, you're gonna be seeing more of these soon. So might as well give your love, show your support, everyone, because you don't want to stop at Season 1, guys. You need to have more and more tournaments because the other teams here that did not do well in Season 1 might as well try their luck in Season 2. Or the defending champions might qualify there as well and then defend their titles again. So imagine the storylines that we can create by participating in the tournaments. It's crazy to think of it that way. Whoa.
Yeah, yes, and to think of it that way, that is also a possibility for new and aspiring players to actually join and test their mettle in this particular tournament. And when we all know that there are people like Vince said that there would be other people that defending champions wanting to defend their throne here, probably runner-ups being the men on a mission trying to probably claim the throne when they lost the finals, say for example. And there would be Season 2, and it could be bigger and better if you will take up the chance and show your potential right here in best Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme, because there won't just be a Season 1, there would be more, and that would be guaranteed.
Well, more and more up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Immortals and the Vietnamese Mafia. We're just waiting for them to fill up the lobbies, fill up the slots. So here we go. I mean,
all right. So here we go, and we are in right now as Vietnamese Gangsters will be also banning and the Immortals as well. This will be quite an interesting pick as there would be a fan ban, fan ban. Yes,
Okay.
Fang ban. I'm having a hard time speaking on that. And yes, there would be a Dolia ban on the side of Vietnamese Gangsters. Yes, still a very potent pick for Idolia, and the nuke or the burst damage that Fang can actually do, it is quite crazy if left unguarded, because he could just pop off.
I love the Fang ban, okay? Fang ban together with the Marco Polo ban, ladies and gentlemen. Targeted towards the marksmans, okay? So they are reducing heroes that has the capability to hit from the distance. That's a good thing to ban Fang as early as now, because one of the good things about Fang, he got that survival kit. He also can detect upcoming or nearby opponents or nearby enemies that can hide towards the brush. So if you are hungry for information, well, Fang is one of those useful heroes that they can utilize. And as much as talking about Fang's face creation, well, he got Will Away, he got that blade to at least deal a huge amount of damage, and another hero that has been the talk of the night, Mai Shiranui, has a make it through the drafts, ladies and gentlemen.
And the Mai has just got out of the ban hammer right now as the Immortals got it at the first pick to actually secure that pick. And we see Vietnamese Gangsters might be having something on hand as we see a Q1 and it's a Musashi pick on the side of Vietnamese Gangsters. Probably this Musashi will be in the jungle and this U1 will be at the middle. We'll be seeing more of this one as there would be picks coming from Ahwen, Max 107 on this one. Probably there will be something interesting that we might be seeing here. Yes, it's a concert queue.
It's a concert too, so is he gonna sing for us?
If there's a Gao to play with her, yes, she will.
I thought she's gonna go for a concert. I mean, it's a Chinese thing. It's a Chinese thing, A consort here is gonna be the right hand of the emperor, if I can remember.
Yes.
Some of the Chinese mythology stuffs and all that. It's all about history. I mean, the hero somehow basically reflects towards the real life figure from the Chinese, but
Yep.
we're gonna be playing them in the field here. We're gonna be playing them in the gorge, so that's a different setting.
That I agree with you. And speaking of very well prolific people in the Chinese myths, we've got a Lubu pick on the side of Vietnamese gangsters. This will automatically be in the clash lane, and I think he will be facing off against a Byron for the side of Immortals. And yeah, who gets the better sustain on this one? Both very tanky heroes, very good at initiation, and we'll see who gets a very good initiation for their team. And there is a Zhuangzi ban for the side of Vietnamese gangsters, and Dun will be included on that one. Meanwhile, on the Immortals, there is an Arlie ban to actually, well, as you have said earlier, Vince, they are trying to eliminate the number of marksmen on the team of Vietnamese gangsters. There are 3 marksman bans currently.
There's still a lot of marksmen to choose from. I mean, without Arlie, it's not gonna matter because Hoi is still there, Garo is still there. Yeah, the Renji is still there. I mean, a really, really good marksman hero that can easily take out anyone with his balance of physical and magical damage. Plus, having a cleanse that can easily remove some debuffs. So, it's a really, really good hero for the Vietnamese Mafia. So for them, they're gonna be partnering out with the Motsu, but for them, Butterfly is gonna be the key. And Zhangfei is gonna be filling up the lineup for the Immortals. Ooh.
Yes, this is quite interesting right now. Very, very nice team composition for both, and I think this is going to be game number 4 of our round of 32. Battle for Supremacy reign supreme. And we are going live as soon as both teams are ready. This is going to be exciting as we are going to see the Immortals go hailing all the way from India, facing off against the Vietnamese Mafia. And Vince G and Jet will be shouting around through the entirety of this game to bring you a play-by-play action as the action unfolds only here on Battle for Supremacy reign supreme. This is game number 4, and here we go.
Here we gentlemen, as we go on in towards the Hero's Gorge, we are gonna be heading towards the 4th game of the night. Immortals, Vietnamese Mafia. Who's gonna get ahead of each other? Is it gonna be the Battle of Immortals, or is it gonna be the Vietnamese who's gonna do Mafia stuffs to at least get ahead towards their opponents? Ooh, let's see. The mid lane is quite hot here.
Yeah, quite hot indeed, as Rio trying to actually zone out that Astro Mew with that Mai Shiranui. Very nimble hero, still no damage taken. Meanwhile, at the top lane, both teams swinging from the fences, and that Zhang Fei might be quite in danger quite a bit here, but still in a safe spot as Vietnamese gangsters still going on and try to farm. Meanwhile, there is a danger going on, and first blood will be going to the side of Vietnamese Mafia as Byron went down. A very good rotation going onto the side of Vietnamese Mafia.
Vietnamese Mafia becoming way too hot right now, but the fight isn't over yet. Vietnamese Mafia might be gotten the first blood, but they are not gonna stop, and they're gonna be looking for more. Now for Ryo, he got low, and this will force him to somehow go back towards his base to replace a little bit of lost health. I mean, for Matsu, as long as he go for crowd controls, that's gonna be fine. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be smooth as butter.
And then there is Strom trying to get in that Mai Shiranui, but Mai Shiranui will be able to actually evade on that. Mai Shiranui, very nimble hero for the mid lane, just able to actually escape very easily on that. There should be a good lockdown on that Mai Shiranui if they really want to actually eliminate this very nimble mid lane. Meanwhile, Butterfly is just watching around the corner, trying to actually pick up hopefully that Q1 on that middle lane and waiting for that initiation on his team.
All initiation, ladies and gentlemen, but we can see the battle on the farm lane. The Renji consort UG here trying to hold on towards the base. I mean, he's gonna try to aim the Firehawk, but look at that. He almost got the Firehawk, but who's gonna take the final blow? The Renji's gonna secure that, but of course, they got caught red-handed. Duel to the death, and and now they're gonna be dueling out the Consort U. And now the Motsu's crowd control is not gonna let Nick survive, but now they flash in just to secure that kill. They're quite hungry as they take down two members for the side of the Immortals. It seems like the Mafia is gonna do some Mafia things in order for them to succeed and take over this outer tower at bot lane.
Yes, that is quite a very risky, high risk, high reward, just like the Mafia people that they are. Meanwhile, there was an elimination. Butterfly taking out that Q1 that was left all alone in the middle of the river. Now we are going to see what is going to happen next in the bottom lane as Maishiranui getting in middle and Motsu trying to actually isolate other people, but he will be isolated instead, being taken out by that Butterfly. Now, Immortals trying to get back on this game. Gold lead is trying to dwindle here on the side of Vietnamese Mafia.
Wow, I mean, for Immortals, it seems like they don't want to lose their immortality status as of now. I mean, they might have been taken down, but of course they need to fight back. The Immortals here are gonna try to punish the Vietnamese Mafia for doing every Mafia things out of the book. But still, look at the crowd controls coming in from the Motsu. Still connect, but Mai Shiranui is doing some way more combination. But the Musashi is gonna slice and dice the Renji. He's gonna get the kill. Zhang Fei here is gonna walk his way through. He's gonna test out his durability, but for them, for 28 Nov, I mean, he's gonna get that kill. I don't know if 28th of November is his birthday or what, but Yuan is just laying it out. I mean, just look at how insane, how Vietnamese Mafia play. And by the way, if Necro, if you're watching, shout out to you.
And yes, but Diggory got picked out there by that Butterfly in a flash. Meanwhile, Rio might be in danger here, and he will go down next as Astro Mew backs up that Butterfly and takes out two people on the side of Vietnamese Mafia. I think they overstayed on that without knowing that there was a respawn for both Astro Mew and Aqua on that sense. Let's see what's going to happen here in the middle lane. If there would be something even more, as I think another initiation wanted to be done there by Butterfly, and I think they will transition on here to the top lane, trying to isolate that Lubu. Will that Lubu be able to escape as Byron tried to smash in, and Zhang Fei following it up, and then there was a forced ultimate going into the side of Lubu, all alone right now, but he will be able to escape thanks to that Diggory and helping it out. Meanwhile, there's still a counter initiation going into that as Musashi was able to take out Zhang Fei. Very crucial engage on that. And there is a double kill as Byron is going down onto that particular clash. Very good counter initiation going to the side of Vietnamese Mafia. They just went in and that Lubu was able to survive even though he was the primary target on that first initiation. And there you go. Another one for the count.
The Mafia plays. Alright, now we have some information. They have been playing so well that it's gonna, the economy quite flow towards their favor. Another rocket connected, and this will be, you know, the start of the fight. Unbridled outburst here being casted, and now even the Musashi has become more and more confident. But wait a minute, they're not stopping. They wanted to kill 107. Of course, they lost Rum because of his aggression, because of his greediness. But no, it gave the Immortals some free way to at least turn the things around. But look at that, even the Butterfly, even Aqua has no retaliation to that fight. They dove way too deep, but 28 Nov, even July can even speak for words, ladies and gentlemen. Immortal somehow is answering back, but Vietnamese Mafia, they do what they do. They are indeed the Mafia in this game.
Mafia, yeah. Just look at that. And still, a very high 5k gold lead on the side of Vietnamese Mafia. Still continuing to actually dominate and take pressure, even though there was a very ugly exchange that happened earlier on, Vince. And we have seen that three people from both teams had just fell down on that. Meanwhile, if there would be something going on right there as Rio trying to actually get into that Byron. Meanwhile, that Byron getting ganked on. Meanwhile, Concert Q will be able to actually help and rescue with that. But Lubu trying to zone out, and that Byron will be eliminated on that process. Meanwhile, that Lubu still trying to get into that middle of the pack just to be able to make his teammates deal and dish even more damage, and that would be a quick killing spree for the Yuhuan on that. And we will be going even further as Astromew will be in danger, but Rio still very valiant on that, but still in danger as the Zhangfei being crowd controlled, and he will be saved by 28 Love, and they will be continuing to apply pressure in the the high ground bottom tower of the Immortals, and the Immortals right now looking like humans in the process.
Totality has popped, ladies and gentlemen, and now they're back towards their human form. Vietnamese Mafia is making this an even game. I mean, they're up against the Immortals. There's no problem. Let's just turn them into humans. Let's just knock down every high ground tower that's left here in this game. And in that case, it's all about the mids, all about the crystal. The Shadow Vanguards now confidently marching in. We're talking about Vietnamese Mafia ending this game before 10 minutes. And now, even the Immortals cannot even start a fight. Zhangfei cannot use his unbridled outburst because it's still on cooldown. But he's receiving way too much insane damage thanks to the Vietnamese Mafia. So the Vietnamese Mafia, all that they need to do is to knock on the Immortals' doorway. And now the fight is very inevitable because Musashi started this one with the Duel of the Dead. But we can see the Zhangfei turn into Harambe right now. He's gonna try to smash the ground every time he wants to. Some ultimate coming from Zhangfei here will be starting to at least balance it out. And now it's all about the pace. It's all about the crystal knocking towards the Immortal doors as they are winning this series. Congratulations towards the Vietnamese Mafia for winning this round.
Wow, what an intense series of team fights the Vietnamese Mafia has brought into the doors of the Immortals, continuously knocking on objectives even though they have been counter-initiated. The sustain was quite uncanny for Vietnamese Mafia, wherein they were still able to continue even with a fraction or a sliver of their HP leaving hanging onto their dear life, but still continuing to apply that pressure. And as much as they have the capability of dishing out damage, they will try to take advantage on that. And props to the Lubu and the Musashi by eating those damage, even though they are in the middle of tier 2s and the high ground towers, that they have been taking and eating up that damage for their teammates to actually dish out to their opponents.
A game it is, and ladies and gentlemen, it was the good composition, the good lineup coming in from the Vietnamese Mafia. Okay, so 28 Nov, I mean, he played outstandingly. Yes, might as well respect Xiao Yan's Lubu in the process, but 28 Nov, as I've said towards the earlier games, the earlier series that we have, I mean, Yuan has that insane amount of sustained kits. I mean, Unending Sorrow, he can like provide a huge amount of heals and sustain while providing damage towards his opponents. Crowd Control can be bought to us by the Mournful Tempo, and of course the slow coming in for the Tragic Beauty. But of course, every time he toggles from the peace towards the war mode, it's gonna dictate the pace on how Yuan is gonna play her cards right. But every time that there's a fight, he's really good at switching it out. But for Xiao Yan, I mean, Xiao Yan's Lubu can easily control everyone with the Tremble Mortals ultimate. But this is what's good about Lubu. Even with the immunity item, even with building some defensive items like physical and magical damage, it's not gonna work because every time that he deals damage, it's all about true damage, all about pure damage.
And that's one of the reasons why even with that concert use, physical immunity, true damage will actually get through with it and just slice and dice the Immortals in half, leaving them into their humanity. Meanwhile, and that was actually one of the very vital things that Vietnamese Mafia was able to actually execute on this one, thus leading them into the victory. Very well executed game plan and very well executed selection of team composition, wherein that Lubu actually became vital on actually eating damage both for the heroes, also from the structures, also for the defenses that the Immortals have, and Lubu still surviving onto that, even though he was ganked by around 4 people on the early onsets of the game, still surviving. And yes, we are still having more of this one, Vince, right?
Be having more of these, but we need to at least, give a huge shout outs to our very own team, TEM, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all
Here,
up to
here,
them. Just like what
here,
he's pointing out there. I mean,
here,
ladies
here.
and gentlemen, we are
This one.
talking about how great the TEAM. We gotta spell. You can't spell team without TEAM. Okay, I spell it out for you, but it's all about Team Wallet, ladies and gentlemen. With Team Wallet, you can buy, sell, and trade crypto tokens like Bitcoin, ETH, Binance, Algo, Solana, and more. Unlike any other platforms where you need to download and sign up separately to buy Bitcoins and Ethereum, Team Wallet Bot makes it easier and more accessible to everyone by saving your time and efforts to the Supreme ETFs or the Supreme Exchange Traded Funds in the TEAM wallet. Now you can purchase Bitcoin and Ethereum with just one click. Team Wallet has integrated all of these features into a single system, making it more convenient and efficient for its users. You just have to search at Team Wallet Bot in Telegram to take advantage of this convenient tool. And of course, we cannot spell TEAM without Team Tokens, because every time that you guys,
Yeah.
invite or recruit players or teams to join in our tournament, you can earn team tokens by referring them to join our tournaments, and these tokens can be converted to cash or used to join the upcoming events in the Battle for Supremacy TV. And not only that, we also have Supreme Team Draft, because it offers you the opportunity to be drafted within its ranks by dominating in events for Call of Duty Mobile and Fortnite. So it's available to all players worldwide. And of course, we cannot talk about TEAM, we cannot talk about tournaments without Fortnite.
Yes, Fortnite. If you are a Fortnite player which is actually itching to compete in a very either community level or in a professional level, we as the Battle for Supremacy, we have tournaments in the works just for you. Be sure to explore our island map, BFStv Red and Blue, to keep yourselves updated. Join our Telegram channel at BFStv Fortnite to learn more.
All about learning quite a lot of stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of those tournaments, it's quite best to add something to it, because using BMP, you can now purchase Fortnite V-Bucks and receive the pin real-time at Team Wallet Bot. And take note of this, all gift cards and prizes are needed to be claimed by users. If not, these will be returned towards their respective senders. So you have to claim it, ladies and gentlemen. And talking about the Fortnite top-up, well, we have BFStv top-up. Get your very own Riot Points, Garena Shells, Fortnite V-Bucks, and Honor of Kings tokens. It is now available here in the Battle for Supremacy TV. So what are you waiting for, ladies and gentlemen? Get your wallets ready, because up next, it's gonna be the next up of the Battle for Supremacy TV. So as we're waiting for the next set of matches to commence, might as well grab your wallets and then top off some good amount of Honor of Kings tokens. So what are you waiting for, guys? We're gonna be heading towards a short break as we head over to the second half of the Reign Supreme Tournament. Jet and Vince G, we will be right back.
First blood. Red team has slain an enemy. Tower shields have been shattered. Catapults moving enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain. Red team has slain an enemy. team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain enemy. Red team killing spree. Red team has destroyed a Red team rampage. Red team has slain an Red team has slain an enemy.
All right, 4 games down, 4 more to go. There are people that are proceeding right now to the next round, and there will be still more as we are going into the second half of our Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Season 1. And this is Jet. Together with me is Vince G right here. And we are still continuing to give more of the action-packed action that will be given to us by these particular teams that will be casting all together, while Vince and I will be dishing out the entertainment as we will see how much of a very good team that we are going to have during these types of clashes. Only here on Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Season 1. Vince G, take it away.
Guys living on a prayer because as Bon Jovi said, we're halfway through. We're halfway there, ladies and gentlemen. We're done with the first 4 matches, and as Jet said, we are now heading towards our final four set of matches, and our final four, who is gonna be the final four teams to complete the puzzle, ladies and gentlemen. We want us to see this. I mean, the drafts are gonna be so much excited because we are now in match number 5. We are talking about the teams like KAG, Asterisk, I don't know if I read that right, and another Vietnamese team's counterpart of the Mafia. It's gonna be the Gangsters.
Oh, quite notorious there indeed. And these notorious people had just, well, taken out two of the most notorious picks that can be taken in this game in the face of Mai Shiranui and that Dolia for the side of Vietnamese Gangsters. Meanwhile, on the other side, KAG will be taking out that Fang and that Nuwa. Ooh, I just seen this first time being contested in this game. Yes, Nuwa.
Actually, I have no doubts about. I'm really confident on how KAG Asterisk is handling the bans because, first of all, this matchup is purely Vietnamese. So might as well having the Vietnamese Gangster, probably based on the comments that I've read on YouTube. Vietnamese Gangsters are quite popular, and might as well they assume that they're gonna be using Nuwa. So might as well remove that one. And as for KAG, okay, one of the heroes that I don't see often anymore. I kind of miss Charlotte. So Charlotte will be making her entry back towards this game.
Yes. Meanwhile, there is an escape. There's someone escaping from the ban list right now, and that would be a Dun. But this Dun will be playing in the jungle. So this is quite interesting here as well. Bang Bang and Vietnamese Gangsters was just picked Direnji as their farm lane in the early onsets of this picking phase. I think they might be up to something on this one.
Might be up to something. So they're gonna be utilizing their lineups first. They're gonna consider what to pick, what to at least use. So good skill coming in from Chong Tam's Charlotte. It's gonna be the intimidate. It's gonna be intimidating their opponent. But for the lane, no, he's gonna be going for the execute, not sprint, but it's gonna be execute. I'm gonna be executing you all. So
yes,
it's gonna be the showdown of Don and Sarun's Kaiser in the jungle. And I won't be saying that Don is gonna be going towards a clash lane because that happens like 20%. It's gonna be a lane. I'm much more confident than a lane's clash lane. So Charlotte in a lane is gonna go at it. And based on what I'm seeing, there's no farm laners for the side of KAG Asterisk, and that's why they remove Marco Polo. And for the mid, okay, it's still a question mark. Mid and support is way out there.
Yes, and there you have it, the Diao Chan being banned together with the Taino being banned there by KAG. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have U1 being banned, and yeah, like you've mentioned, it was a Marco Polo ban because, you know, KAG hasn't picked up their farm lane as of the moment. Farm lane and middle lane, if I'm not mistaken, yes. And, well, both teams don't have a middle lane as of the moment, and I think they might be actually selecting someone who is quite interesting, probably very good in actually following up a crowd control. Meanwhile, it is a roamer Zhang Fei on the side of Vietnamese Gangsters. Meanwhile, on the side of KAG, they are getting that early pick, and then yes, that early pick quite nimble on this one. There's a like buff, there was a rework, probably buff for Arlie, and that's why it was been selected. But I think they actually opt to go to Concert U because of her valuability and damage dealing, plus the protection of the late game. Now, KAG's just contemplating whether it's an Arlie or a Concert U, and then I think they will be having that another hero for them, and that would be a Sima Yi. That's Sima Yi onto the
mid Sima.
Mid Sima with an execute.
Yeah, mid Sima Yi. I say because Sima Yi is technically a mage hero.
Yeah.
We all know that Sima Yi's kit is, you know, repositioning himself, going near his opponent. So this is quite new for me. This is quite new. Sima Yi here is gonna be utilized here. He's gonna use his shadow stings to at least poke out his opponent. So I'm gonna be seeing a lot. I'm gonna be expecting a lot of this game. That Descents actually is a good initiation kit from Sima Yi's mage. I mean, it's all about taking the magic damage. So Sima Yi, we're gonna be expecting a lot from this game. I love the uniqueness of this game because this is the first time I've seen this kind of. This is the first time I've seen a lot of these heroes being utilized in a single lineup. Even Charlotte being back on this meta. Well, let's expect a really nice game for this.
Yes, I agree with you with that. And there was also I have missed mentioning that it was a Zoyu pick on the other side on
Huh?
for the Vietnamese gangsters. It was a Zoyu pick, and yes, it will still be a mage here. So it would be Sima Yi against Zoyu in the middle, and yes, I agree with you on that, Vince. This is going to be a very interesting battle between two Vietnamese sides, and hopefully in a couple of seconds here, we are going to begin our game number 5 for tonight.
Game number. I mean, this the fifth game, the fifth series of the night. This is gonna be intense. So both Vietnamese teams are gonna try to duke it out, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna be Kag Asterisk and Vietnamese Gangster to show who's the better Vietnamese team that will proceed in the quarterfinals. Welcome to Reign Supreme. Vince G and Jet will deliver all the action. Sima and of course Sidan Sunbin, they're gonna be facing Dull So You on the mid lane. And of course for Wild Debull as the Zhangfei, he's gonna create as much space as possible for this first blood because of the reposition coming in from Windy Bull.
Yes, it was a bad position there for Dull, and he was able to actually take advantage of that as he was pushing the Zong, getting into that tier 1 mid tower and take advantage of the tower damage. Meanwhile, here at the jungle of the blue team, it is still, they're trying to actually isolate out Chong Tam and that Charlotte. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, or in the farm lane rather, it will be a Direnji just dishing out its farm, and Zhangfei will be holding him out so that he will be able to farm safe and sound. And it might be in danger here as Direnji will be taking up damage. Will he survive on this one? Bang, bang. Yes, he will be able to because of that Purify skill that he has. That is a debuff. He's just waiting for it to actually detonate, and yes, he will be able to be safe on that.
G, actually, that's a really good kill. Legal immunity, well, talking about immunity, it's quite legal to use. It's a quite born Purify skill that he has, cleansing every debuffs that he can face. You know, he can like use Swift Justice passive to at least unleash a lot of damage. Basic attack is gonna quite increase for quite some time there, and then of course dealing an amount of physical and magical damage thanks to his first skill, Respect the Law. That's really good. And of course with the Imperial Order last skill, I mean, it's gonna reduce the defense of the target. Might as well go for the weaker link.
And now they have been trying to dive in this particular jungle as they are wanted to take that Azure Golem, but Sima Yi will be down on that, and there would be a follow-up as Zoyu will be taking out another support, and Kaiser will be down for the third person going down on the side of Kag, and Vietnamese gangsters as they are, really invading that jungle of Kag, and Kag is having a difficult time actually securing those resources that they have, as Zoyu still continuing to push literally and figuratively on that middle lane, and now they are going to invade that Crimson Golem. They are trying to actually choke out resources here on the side of Kag, and now Kag continuously in danger, and Sidan will be eliminated once more on that particular exchange. It will be continuous as they wanted to actually get that Zoyu, but in exchange he was into deep. Sima Yi down for the third time on this game.
what you've seen is Dan. See, Dan got eliminated. The Sunbin did not survive that onslaught, and the Zong actually, we've seen him become the first blood, and now he's getting a multiple eliminations from his opponent. So not looking good for Kag. Asterisk Esports right there because of the heavy applied pressure coming in from the Vietnamese gangsters. And now KAG Esports, they need to hold on. They need to make sure that they have to hold towards this game. I mean, for Bang Bang Sailor Moon Skin here, he's gonna be receiving way too much damage. Time Flux being casted, so it's not gonna hurt him a little bit because he can reposition. But the invades were there. They're clearly taking out the AESIR golem as we speak.
And now it's still a continuous onslaught on this particular jump as KAZOKU will be going down once more, and then this is a continuous invasion as these people from Vietnamese gangsters doesn't mind that tower in front of them as they wanted another elimination on that. Would they be very into deep on that? They are still continuing to eliminate as the Zong, even though the tier tower is being eliminated. Wow! This lane just doesn't mind on the tier towers and still continues to get that elimination. Vietnamese gangsters, really hard light gangsters right here.
On to the Vietnamese gangsters, ladies and gentlemen. And for Dull, I mean, he's not even playing some dull moves there. I mean, together with Subin initiating so well with the Unruly Blade, he can front out each and every attacks coming in from the Vietnamese gangsters. Another Unruly Blade gets towards the minions. Wind Slash will be there, but no one is gonna get hit except for the minions. And now, he's not gonna stop the attack. Vietnamese gangsters are knocking their way through the doors of the KAG Esports, making it a fast game, ladies and gentlemen. They wanted to end this before 6.
And I think they really wanted to end this before 6 as there is another elimination that Sunbin is going down, and it is a godlike streak for Zoyu. It will be a continuous, and it is a double kill for Direnji on that, and they are going to break down that high ground bottom tower, but they really wanted to go on for that crystal. They wanted to eliminate Concert U, and they were able to eliminate Concert U, and they are still continuously knocking on that crystal, and they really wanted to take that as 4 people down on the side of KAG, and that would be the end of it. As Vietnamese gangsters ending it in around 6 minutes or less.
Minute and 2 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the amount of time the Vietnamese gangsters need in order for them to secure this matchup. Props to KAG Asterisk for playing it well, but they showed Vietnamese gangsters that they have been the better team, and they are the team to watch out for the quarterfinals. Just like what we've seen from AESIR Esports coming in from the Philippines, Vietnamese gangsters definitely wanted to step up their game. Are they playing time trial at this rate? I don't know.
I'm not sure about that. I think they're practicing, and they wanted to actually test out the team combinations that they can apply, even though the bans are there for them. And yes, it shows how much of an experience Vietnamese gangsters have been taking on this Honor of Kings tournament, and the amount of experience that they have as a team as well, because they are working like proper cogs in a well-oiled machine, and no casualties on their side, even a single one. And we see Zhang Fei being involved anywhere, as Windy Bui here is just going here in and out, really giving the sustain and the shields of his teammates. Even though earlier that Zoyu almost went down, but Zhang Fei was able to actually give him a shield and give him another chance at life, and that was a continuous onslaught that Vietnamese gangsters were giving into our tournament right now. Gangsta style.
Gangsta style.
Gangsta style.
Vietnamese gangsters definitely show who's the boss at this matchup. I mean, Vietnamese gangsters, they decided to at least end this real fast. I mean, the highest level that we can see is Subin, who managed to reach level 10 just by playing it in the jungle and then going in towards the mid, ending the base. So that's a crazy take on that matchup, but we still have more. We still have, I believe, three more matches to see later on. But we're gonna be we're done with the Vietnamese matchup. We're done with Vietnamese gangsters and Team Kag. Now, up next, two Filipinos are gonna fight it out. And for the next two series that we're gonna be seeing, another Filipinos teams are gonna be lined up as well. But for the next one, it's gonna be Malaya Esports up against the THPH. So might as well grab your snacks, grab your drinks, because Jet and Vince G will be right back here in the Reign Supreme tournament. See ya.
I'll see ya.
First blood. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team killing spree. Team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team unstoppable. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team godlike. Red team. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team killing spree.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have here our next series because we are talking about Filipino versus Filipino, two Philippine teams. You gotta duke it out. Malaya Esports and DT8PH. And of course, you're still here in the Reign Supreme Honor of Kings 5 versus 5 tournament. I'm pointing way too much. This is the right angle, okay? Reign Supreme Season 1. Just like what Jet is pointing right
Yep.
now, it is the
That's
Reign
right.
Supreme logo. And
Listen.
it's Jet and Vince G bringing you all the intense action. So we're done with 5 matches. We still have 3 more, and this is gonna be the third to the last match before we end this round of 32. So we're getting close to quarterfinals. I'm so excited. So who's gonna be the last 3 teams to make it to the round of 16?
And this is quite interesting because earlier it was Vietnam against Vietnam. Again, we are going to have a VH versus PH as Malaya Esports will be duking it out against DTH in a very best of one series. No room for error series on this one. So yeah, here we go and hope we are going to begin our drafting phase as soon as possible because I am very excited on this one, Vince G.
I'm so excited for this one as well because I believe that the teams are ready. Might as well make the dance floor. Might as well make the gorge hot for this because the players and teams here might as well know each other because they're
Yeah,
both
they're
Filipinos, just like
yes.
how Vietnamese gangsters dealt with the KAG esports. So I'm gonna be expecting the same level of intensity, just like what we've witnessed in the earlier series.
Yes, and I think these two teams have been meeting in various Honor of Kings tournaments here in the Philippines. And yes, since they are both from the Philippines, I think they know each other that much and they know how to counter each other out. And this might be quite interesting because I think on a personal note, and I hope though that there would be unorthodox picks that we will be seeing as soon as the draft phase will be beginning.
I mean, an orthodox picks, just like what I've seen earlier. I mean, Sima Yi, it's kind of like of a breath of fresh air to see Sima Yi in the lineup. It's kind of like breath of fresh air as well to see Charlotte back in the lineup. So,
Mhm.
unfortunately for CAG Esports, it doesn't work because we've seen how good the Vietnamese gangster played out because of that early game advantage. They did cripple down the Sima Yi way too much and disabling that hero to snowball because you might have well to respect Sima Yi once that he snowballed. So you might as well we might as well see that intense amount of action here on the series as well as we're waiting for the drafts, ladies and gentlemen.
And yes, that also applied to that Charlotte as well. Very unorthodox pick, and it was kind of rare to see a Charlotte pick. And yes, even though it didn't work, I still give comments to Cag to actually pick up a Charlotte there. Well, I am trying to personally practice Charlotte as well. That's why, and I hope that I would learn something here when they are picking Charlotte and other heroes that I actually main. And yes, I play Honor of Kings. That's why, and well, I hope some of these teams will be able to actually pick some of my personal favorites here, and hopefully I would learn something from them. And yes, while giving you this much of entertainment, me and Vince G will be here to actually give you all the action that these teams are providing to us as of now. And hopefully we will be beginning our drafting phase because I cannot hold myself back because I want to see more action. I want to see more blood on the gorge, and I want to see bodies drop like flies. Yes.
That I honestly wanted to see bodies dropping like flies into that game because this is gonna matter because if all bodies on one side of the team drops, well, you call it an ace, and this gives the opponent to end the game early. That's what I want to see. I mean, I'm not a fan of fast game, but I'm a fan of thrills. I'm a fan of team fights. You know, they played it fast. Team fights did happen. Team fights did happen fast, so we can see an early finish. And this is really good because they wanted to secure that kill way too early so that they can like save up energy and rest all for the round or the next round. So if they can, we can see longer games. I mean, it's gonna be a test of patience. It's gonna
That's true.
be players that are going to prove each and every one to each and every one that, well, we have the advantage, we have the opportunity for us to withstand your early game prowess. So it's all about you passing through our thick wall of defense. And as they say, defense is the best kind of offense that they have. Because if you played your defense right, well, it's gonna be annoying for the other guys because you cannot get through the barriers that you've laid out all throughout the game, and they might get tired. So it's the perfect time to strike. That's the how I see long games, and I'm a quite fan of that.
Yes, and yeah, speaking of that, we are really excited to see how much, well, PH behavior, they really wanted a really entertaining fight, whether if it's beautiful execution or just a very ugly throw everything but the kitchen sink skills and hope for a Hail Mary to happen. So, yeah, from that range to another type of range, that is something that I think Filipino fans will be very entertained to see. And I hope these teams will be bringing it on to each other and to us, and as we bring the action to your screens, and hopefully that both of our teams will be ready in a short while. And meanwhile, we are going to, well, further discuss on things that should be discussed, like, say for example, um how will Malaya Esports or DTHPH did their composition, and I think Vince was able to see some of these people in action.
Well, I've seen some of these guys, but of course, might as well see what they are capable of. It's the way we see things, it's the way they surprise us, and I'm a fan of surprises, no doubt. I'm a fan of unexpected picks, unexpected gameplays, some unexpected upsets that we can see right here. So that's what I wanna see. That is what we are waiting for right now to commence. And I think for Malaya and DTH to wait to fill the lobbies up. I mean, they must have been itching to to face each other, I believe.
Yes, I think they're really itching up for a fight, and well, I think on the other side of the hemisphere as well, I think they wanted to maximize this downtime, or this time that they're waiting for them to actually fill out, so that they'll be able to actually create strategies as well. They would like to maximize the time that they have to actually, well, since there are both Filipino teams, I think they somehow in one way or another know each other quite a good amount of information on each other's end. And with that, I think they are still going to discuss further on which ones to ban, which ones to pick, which ones to counter pick. Say for example, if in case this hero will be picked or the other one will be picked, how will they be able to counter initiate, or how will they be able to execute their team fight styles, wherein it will suit the matching styles and the combination of the heroes that they will be picking on the onset of this tournament.
Well, it's gotta be them trying to at least outsmart their opponents because we're talking about the last the last three series that we are seeing right now. So I'm sure that the players are quite tense, quite nervous because they cannot afford to make a mistake because this is going to be a best of one, so there's no room for errors. Once that you win, well, you're gonna be climbing up towards the next round. The quarterfinals is gonna be on their way. But if you lose, well, might as well wait for the next season because all that you've done to qualify and proceed towards the next round, it's gonna be wiped out. So you cannot afford to lose that momentum. You cannot afford to lose that advantage, ladies and gentlemen. So it's all about them proving who's the stronger Filipino team.
Yes, and still, it is good that there are still varied representations from from majority of our teams here in Southeast Asia, and it only shows how much of a variety and a talent teams in Southeast Asia are as we develop Honor of Kings here. And we are going to proceed right now in our drafting phase, and I am excited to see which ones will be eliminated from the with the banhammer, or which ones will be selected to actually be deployed in the gorge. And we have seen our first casualty that is banned as of the moment, and it will be a, is it a Dacia? Yeah, Dacia. Dacia. And a Dolia will be out of the map as well.
It, well, popular bands, no doubt about that. Dacia, Dolia, right off the bat, Mai Shiranui added to the mix as well. So a lot of heroes are gonna be open though. So Mai Shiranui being banned out, so I believe that this is gonna be another support ban from the books. So
Let's see.
either Zhang Fei, go for Zhang Fei ban, or probably go for another mage burst ban, or probably go for something else here. Okay, done. Okay, justifiable. Done is a
Yeah.
really, really good jungler that can initiate fight. So
Yep.
done for the side of the blue side.
Yes, it would be Malaya Esports won't be having the benefit of having that done, but they are getting that Zhangfei. Wait a minute, is it a smite for a Zhangfei? Are they going to do it in the jungle? But this will be quite interesting to see.
That's a double smite. I mean, for Zhang Fei to
Yes.
way fast, and
Yes.
you know, to provide a really, really good amount of support, Zhang Fei decided to at least go for smites. It's quite common, but let's see if ever that they're gonna be partnering up with a really, really efficient jungler heroes at this rate.
Yes, meanwhile on the other side, Lukisus will be getting in the lane, and Mundane will be using a Menki here. Menki jungle or Menki roamer would actually work either way. And meanwhile on the other side, Yonams and Yolak Yolak will be getting Dharma and Lady Zen respectively. Oh, this is nice, a Dharma here. And they will be having a roamer Zhuangzi on the side of DTH PH as Bookie Kid picks up that Zhuangzi.
Correct. So Zhuangzi, okay, there's that one time I've seen Zhuangzi being removed towards this game. So right now he's not quite popular as of yet, but if they wanted debuffs or debuff cleansing hero, I mean, Kid or Zhuangzi can be that effective support on their side, and he's quite tanky. He got the sustain, so for Zhuangzi, it's really good. I mean, I'm invested in the lineups. I mean, right off the bat for the side of DTH, most likely it's a durable. I've seen Mundane. I've seen him as a content creator on Honor of Kings, and now he's gonna be participating in tournaments. This is quite nice. So Alain's quite durable. Mundane is gonna be utilizing the Menki, the durability of Menki, and of course the whale riders, Wang Z. So I'm invested in their final picks because they lack mid, they lack marksman, so might as well pick a squishy ones and then protect them at all costs. But those squishy heroes that they will be picking will be dealing an insane amount of damage, and I'm invested to see who's gonna be it.
And meanwhile, we've seen here on their last bans, DTHPH banning Kaiser and Yao. Meanwhile, on the other side, Malaya Esports, they decided to remove Princess Frost and Direnji, as yes, both DTHPH will be needing a mage and a marksman on this end. And yes, we have seen this Angela pick right now for DTHPH. Meanwhile, Arlie pick for Rain 1 here on the side of Malaya Esports. And there is also a pay pick. Yes, it will be a pay pick. And it will be a double smite team that will be done by Malaya Esports at this one. I think I've seen other nationalities, other teams do a double smite composition on this one because they really wanted to take a risk and secure that hero as soon as they can and get that smite off and running to actually, number one, get buffs, and number two, steal resources. It is a double function for a double smite team. Meanwhile, oh, that is a Lady Sun pick for the side of DTHPH, and I think that that composition will complete our drafting phase. On this one, Vince, I think, what can you say about this one? What piques your interest on this one?
Game is a free-to-play game. I mean, for Malaya, why did they pay to select a hero? Okay, I hope you get that joke. Anyways, pay will be utilizing the side of Malaya. He's gonna be going towards the jungle side, but I kind of love the bold capabilities of them picking the son, the lady's son, the Song Sanjiang. So they're gonna be utilizing the the amount of damage, the enhanced damage coming in from the lady's son's physical attack, and at the same time, the lady's son can dish out a high amount of damage. But talking about burst, this is what this is what I'm saying earlier on. For DTH, they wanted to pick the durable ones right off the bat, and then go for the burst kind of heroes in the form of Lady Sun and the Angela. So Angela with the 1-2 combination, Chaos Cinders, Blazing Brilliance, well, it's an easy kill. It's easy elimination for Angela if he managed to at least connect his crowd controls right. And that's what I want to see here in this game.
And yes, speaking of seeing this game, we are going to see this game right off the bat as we are beginning our game number 6 of this 30 round of 32 right now, as Malaya Esports will be in a best of 1 contest against DTHPH. And as we begin this round, we are still seeing and still a very safe round right now, and there are still no troubles going on right off the bat as we see Buki needs to just the right amount of damage being dealt. But Buki Metal Wolf right here is quite in a pinch here as her life is not right now in a 50%, trying to get that Firebird though. And yes, the supports are still in the middle lane. We are still waiting for level 2 or 3 for these people to actually ignite a first blood one of these days.
While these days there will be finding to at least find that kill. Rolling Raid being casted, goes close for Rain. But now Rain managed to at least set some distance away from Metal Wolf. Metal Wolf here continuing to roll, and of course, by unleashing every basic attacks of this Lady Sun for Metal Wolf, he's gonna try to reduce the Rolling Raid, but First Blood did commence. They manage to find Pei in the jungle. So it's gonna be an easy First Blood by 3 men from DTHPH. But of course, they're not even contented with 1. They are going for more. They are going for more eliminations because we can see Kyowi here. I mean, as the Pei suffered the First Blood, he needs to at least get back his farm right off the bat.
But in the turn of events here, I think Metal Wolf has been able to sustain herself with that early on assault and continuously farming right here, right now, as Wangzi White might be contemplating on rotating and helping out Metal Wolf on this one, and continues to give Metal Wolf that zone so that Metal Wolf will be having an easy time farming. Meanwhile, Rain 1 will be in danger right now, and Nitsu might be diving right here, and we can see there's still a dive going on, but Rain 1 was able to escape on that thanks to that Parasol being left behind that bottom lane tier 1 turret on their side.
It's all about the escape mechanism. If Arlie can escape, well, might as well maximize with that. But of course, some mantra being unleashed, packing a punch. Death at Sunset being used. He's gonna go for Kyowi, and now the Pei is in deep trouble. He's gonna die once again, but he managed to evade death. And now, as Bruce Lee says, I'm the action star here, boy. As a lot of crowd control being utilized as well. Unbridled outburst slamming the ground, and they got Wang Z, and they're not stopping as well. Look at Suez here, running low on health, but he's not backing down that fight. We can see Kyowi here trying to contest with the AESIR Golem. DTHPN wants to go deep, and now he's gonna go for a double kill. Now, the commitment coming in from Nitsu with the Blazing Brilliance. He gets 2, and now DTH is leading in terms of elimination. And now Angela is gonna go back on the mid lane. He's gonna go face Yolak back in again.
Yes, it was a very good advantage going into the side of DTHPH as they are leading 2K gold lead right now, and Drained One might be in too deep, very much in danger right now as Wang Z and other people from DTHPH wanted to take Drained One out, but still Menki surviving with a sliver of life. Thank you for that shield, Mean, and as Zhang Fei tries to zone out these people and make that DTH in team fight initiation a failure. Meanwhile, Kyoe just freshly got that Crimson Golem on that, and this we are going to see. There is a tyrant. There might be probably a tyrant contest here as two supports, Kid and Zhang Fei, will be zoning out each other so that they will be able to give space for their teammates to actually pick up a particular special objective on this one. We will see if there would be something happening even more right here on this cage as Menki, as Mundane will be knocking on that Tyrant, and Zhang Fei was able to take down that Tyrant in a very crucial kill tap on that. Will he pay for that? Might be yes, but it will be worth it on the side of Malaya Esports as Zhang Fei was able to steal one from the throats of DTHPH.
That with his life. I mean, stealing that Tyrant, it was really, really insane. It benefited the Malaya Esports, but he has to sacrifice his life just for that commitment. I mean, the Zhang Fei, the beast, has been awakened, and this awakened the beast in DTHPH. They were raging in fury because of that steal. They were frustrated. They wanted to get back, and just like that, they're unleashing a lot of crowd controls. Mundane here going front. He's just chasing Yolak. I mean, Kaloy here cannot run for his life, but he managed to at least get away to safety. And now even Mundane, he's not even scared of diving towards the inner tower on mid just to make sure that he's gonna isolate the members of Malaya Esports. But Rain here, he's gonna receive a lot of tremendous waters thanks to the blazing brilliance of the Arlie, and now they're gonna go for Swang Z. He managed to cleanse that up, but Pei here is gonna use his palm, his fist, in order for him to kill the whale. And now for the Lady's Son, he's gonna get the Pei once again. That's a payback for you, boy. But DTHPH is not even kidding at this rate. They wanted to upset. They wanted to win up against Malaya Esports.
Yes, we can see that. And yes, it is still a very good lead on the side of DTHPH. They really wanted to actually go in and invade the jungle. Meanwhile, there's a clash going on as Mundane and Yonams just facing off each other in the middle of that top tower. And it's still a face-off. Meanwhile, there's an ult being deployed there by Angela, and there's nothing going on right now as they are just trying to defend that tier 1 tower on top. And well, Werewolf just giving on that shot after shot, and there you have it. There is a demolition, and tier 1 mid tower on the side of Malaya Esports will be down. I think they wanted to get more on that as they are trying to aim for that Azure Golem, but will someone be in danger in here? And there we see a godlike streak as Tarma went down by Angela. Angela continuing to do that assault right afar, and there would be even more casualties on the side of Malaya Esports as that Zhang Fei would be in danger. Might be another one here as it will be a legendary streak as Arlie is going down on that team fight.
Oh, this is what you asked for, Jet. You
Yes.
are now seeing bodies dropping like flies in this match. I mean, a lot of kills happening left and right. DTHPH is making sure that they're getting every target that they can get on the Malaya Esports. Seems like they are not living out towards their name. I mean, DTHPH, they're oppressing Malaya Esports. They're not letting them to become Malaya. I sounded conny on that one, but I wanted to make a pun out of that. But Malaya Esports needs to get free of this suppression brought to them by DTHPH.
Yes, that's true about that. Malaya needs to be Malaya on this one. But how can Malaya be Malaya if everyone from DTHPH invades their jungle and suppressing them of their freedom that they so really wanted here. As we can see, Menki on the bottom tower trying to actually contest that Crimson Golem against 3 people, against 4 people at this case. Will they be able to take them out? But yes, Mundane was able to steal that Azure Golem, and there you have it. It is a very nice suppression of resources being executed here by DTHPH, not giving Malaya Esports that room to actually grow, and it is now a 7k gold lead on the side in favor of DTHPH, continuing to apply that pressure, not letting Malaya Esports breathe even a single sliver of oxygen here.
Well, it's all about the air becoming 10 for the side of Malaya Esports. Seems like they are gonna play this one defensively. They need to hold their ground. Malaya Esports needs to make this game even longer because they need to find their room, but the economy says otherwise. DTHPH, I mean, they're leading like 5 to 6k gold at this rate, and now Malaya Esports now going in for the defense. We can see Angela here not connecting the Chaos Cinders, was forced to use the Blazing Brilliance just to clear Malaya Esports out of their inner tower. So we can see that the Flowing Sai has been forced. It's now bouncing in. Kaloy here, making sure that DTHPH wants to go in, but we can see another Blazing Brilliance there, almost getting Zhang Fei, and now the fights are not even stopping as of yet because we can see how they zone out the entire members of the Malaya Esports, putting them into jail, putting them into the lockdown, and now Malaya Esports wants to get free, break free out of this fight. But Zhang Fei broke free of his human form. He unleashed his inner beast right now, but he got eliminated because of Metal Wolf. And now this gives them the opportunity to go for the base. DTHPH wanted to at least end this. They just need a minion wave. They are knocking down the high ground towers on mid, but they are not stopping into punishing them. And I believe this is an almost ace because they wanted to kill Pei at this rate, but no, they're gonna focus for the bigger picture as they go for the Crystal and DTH. They're gonna be proceeding towards the quarterfinals.
Well, the key point of this game right now is constant pressure. The constant pressure of DTHPH being applied to Malaya Esports, wherein Malaya Esports are being suppressed. Number 1 of their resources, number 2 of their room or their jungle, and number 3 their lanes as well. They are having Malaya PH has been having a difficult time actually defending their turrets. They're even that 1v4 situation with Mundane, as that Menki was able to actually steal one from their throats, but that would be a case of how much dominant DTHPH on that. And to think Malaya PH was the one with the double smites on their team.
It's all about the constant aggression coming in from side of DTH. I mean, I love the composition. You know, as I've said during the draft, picking 3 durable heroes right off the bat. I mean, a lane here, he just needs a Blazing Cape in order for him to provide durable amount of sustains from the Clash lane. Mundane here, he's almost finishing up the Blazing Cape, but it's really good for the Pure Sky. It's really a go for him to initiate, go in the center of it all, and then absorb, eat some dreams coming in from the members of the Malaya Esports. For Kid, he's a natural tank. He got that crowd control immunity, which is really good because he can sleep a lot, and then providing with the butterfly effect. I mean, he can like share the Nature's Will passive towards his teammates, cleaning every crowd control that came in with the members of the Malaya. Because talking about crowd controls, they have Yonams, Yolak, and of course the Zhang Fei to hold them into place. And for the Zhang Fei, he's a natural cleaner, and this gives more and more confidence for Nitsu and Metal Wolf to perform at their A game. All that they need to do is to create an insane amount of damage, which they did.
And that was probably the key to the victory for DTHPH, executing a very constant and consistent pressure on the resources and on the lanes of the side of Malaya Esports. That's why they were choked out of this game, and it was a very dominant performance going into the side of DTHPH. And with that, congratulations DTHPH. You will be proceeding to our next round. And speaking of next round, we are still going to have a couple of more games. And as we are going to take a short break, Battle for Supremacy reigns supreme. We'll be right back. Vince and Jet will please stay tuned.
First blood. Team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Team has reclaimed a crucial kill. Red team rampage. Red team unstoppable. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team legendary. Red team slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower.
right, 2 games remaining, and in the next match, it's another Filipino versus Filipino team. Will be slugging it out right here, only here on Battle for Supremacy, Reign Supreme Season 1. This is Jet, together with me, Vince G.
I'm so excited to see what is going to be the next set of series because earlier on we have Malaya and DTH, both from the Philippines, and seems like that is going to be the case for this matchup. This is going to be our matchup, which is going to be AXG NEXGEN and LF Adoption. So LF Adoption, I've not seen them play quite yet because I believe that they qualified because their opponent, LF Sponsor, did not show up. So now LF Adoption has that freedom to finally unleash and compete on this tournament, and they have to face AXG NEXGEN at this rate.
That I agree with you. Quite interesting here because it will be a very nice surprise for us, and we love surprises. That is, of course, very pleasant to our eyes as we are going to see both AXG NEXGEN against LF Adoption on this one. Very interesting pair of teams, and I hope that both of these teams will actually bring it on, just like what we have seen from the previous 6 games that we have presented to you so far. And right now, we are going to see what we are going to see right now, rather, the draft picks of this particular team. Let us go.
Let's go and see what they got here on the Hero Score. I mean, we're talking about the Honor of Kings tournament, ladies and gentlemen. So, first ban right off the bat, Zhang Fei is gonna be removed.
Very well. As a roamer, Zhang Fei would actually give you shields, protect you, and will be the one who will take damage with damage for you. And this ult will actually help you either initiate team fights, leave your opponent's crowd controlled, either to be finished off, or for you to escape if, well, times are at pitch. And this Zhang Fei will be able to help you either escape from that dire situation or finish team fights. Meanwhile, on the other side, we are going to see a Dolian Mai Shiranui ban. I think these two are the most common bans that we are seeing here in this day, and well, quite well deserved because, well, in the good hands, this too will be quite potent.
Well, gonna be quite potent as we speak. I mean, it's quite popular, but for AXG, they secured the done right at the start, so this is gonna open some more possibilities for the dash out to make an appearance. But okay, let's like disregard that. Let's go for our comfort picks for Yato and JC. Okay, let's unleash Arlie and Lady Zen actually for going in towards the mid and the farm lane respectively. So let's see how are they gonna be, utilizing this game as well. But as for the XG, okay, I don't need that show. I'm gonna go for Lian Po and Hyewon mid.
Wow, this will be a nice mid play here that Yuan will be facing that Lady Zen in the middle lane. Meanwhile, it is quite peculiar to see LF Adoption picking out their 2 damage dealers right off the bat. I think they really wanted to secure probably either Yato or JC will be getting that secure for that signature hero. Probably these two are their signature heroes. Meanwhile, Kong will be securing that Takyao on that roamer role. And yes, since it is a free Dakya, then there you go. We'll just take it off, and hopefully there is Kong will be able to utilize that in a very nice way for that. And we are continuing to see some of the bans that are happening right now, and as we are proceeding to the next set of bans, one is getting the ban hammer, that is Lady Sun. And then on the other hand, on the side of AXG, they will be taking out Musashi from the Gorge because they don't want to see this probably. And yes, it will be a concert Q ban on the other LF Adoption for now because, well, we see that AXG needs a marksman, and it will eliminate the more potent possibilities of these heroes to be picked.
Well, there you have it. I mean, for Dash Out to make an entry for this lineup, I mean, they're gonna be utilizing in a lot of teleportation plays coming from these guys. Ooh. Okay,
Ooh.
suffering a lot of interesting heroes, interesting picks. So they're just trying to figure out who to pick first. Are we gonna go for the jungle? Or are we gonna go for the Clash? Like, what? It seems like they wanted to haul for the jungle. They wanted to secure a really heavy jungle hitter, and then at the same time save the best Clash laner for the final pick. So both of the teams actually has not have a Clash laner. So they have to at least pick out which one fits the best. And Mayin actually is gonna be the answer.
And yes, the Mayin is quite a nice Clash laner. But I think there is still a oh no, not anymore. That Lianbo will be the roamer because Byron on the side of AXG will be the one that will be facing that Mayin. And yes, Arlie will be facing on Marco Polo for AXG, and this will be, I think, will be the final pick for AXG if they wanted to lock in Marco Polo on this one as time dwindles on the clock. Meanwhile, on the other side, who might be the best pick for this one? I think the last one would be their jungle on the side of LF Adoption. Would they be going on Minky on this one?
Well, actually, Ata is a really nice jungle hero. I mean, that really nice hero to make sure that they got a hold towards their opponents. I mean, isolate them, make sure that they cannot escape. So if they're gonna be picking Arthur jungle, I'm gonna go crazy. Or okay, seeing the composition, Nessa jungle. I believe my Kano might be the better guy to be on this lineup because you already have the Zen. You're gonna be relying on the jungle. Ata is gonna be their final pick.
Yes, and that, ladies and gentlemen, will be the last of the picks, and I think both of the teams' composition is now complete. They're quite interesting picks here, like say for example that Ata and that Mayin, which I have seen for the first time for me. I will be seeing them in action for the first time, and how will LF Adoption try to utilize this one against AXG NEXGEN?
Skills utilizations, ladies and gents, all about using their kits right. I'm gonna be so excited on how are they gonna be unleashing their inner determinations in order for them to win this series that they have here. Of course, we are getting at the end of the list. We are getting near the conclusion of the battle for supremacy, reign supreme, because after this one we're going to be determining our final 16 teams that is going to make the cut. And now as we head over to the Hero Scourge, Jet and Vince G will be delivering you all the action here, so you don't want to miss out.
Yes, thank you very much with that, Vince G. Meanwhile, the action is quite starting to brew here, as we can see in the middle of our screens. Kung with that, Dakyao will be helping out that Lady Zen by Yato on this one. Meanwhile, yes, there will be crowd controls going here and there as Huan and Yanpo will be one facing off here. Meanwhile, Mikey Kun just bashing off Calmhawk on this one, but that Mayin will be safe and sound on that, and Keira with that Yanpo trying to actually assist Zape so that Zape can get more farm on this one, as his life is quite a bit in the pinch here, and JC1 will be happy hitting on those minions on this one. Meanwhile, Zape will be in danger, but he will dive. Nope. JC will be just backing out. He doesn't want that smoke. Meanwhile, Yato getting untargetable on this one. They're trying to actually assert dominance on the farm lane right here, and Ata will be blocking that way so that these people right here in the farm lane will be able to actually get the farm on side of LF Adoption.
That's a really good commitment. I mean, diving to get ZP to ensure the kill, but they did not finish the job. So that means there are still no casualties as we speak. We're heading towards the first 2 minutes of the game, and now LFA they have been actively looking for that pick-off. And now we can see the Dun getting close with the Unruly Blade, but now can he use the Wind's Lash? But Burst Blood will be taken care of by Lady Jen. Yato is not gonna be stopping on that one. Lian Po is gonna try to suck them near the AoE, enabling them to fight fair. And now for the Lian Po, all that he needs to do is to run, flash out, but he cannot use the burst ram any longer, as we can see JC secures that finish. 1-4 in just 2 minutes.
Yes, that is quite a crucial team fight, giving Elf Adoption that advantage, and also giving that Marco Polo that huge pace that he so desperately needs, so that he could actually level up that quick. Meanwhile, Jace1 and Kung will be able to actually hunt on ZP, but well, Blink flash out on that one, so that ZP won't be a target on this one. So let's see what's going to happen. And Kira trying to dive in through 3 people on the side of LF Adoption. LF Adoption trying to retreat and hug their bottom tower, but Kira was in too deep on that, and Ari will be eliminating that Lianpo in the process for his troubles on this one. There will be an Ata going in as well, and let's see what's going to happen here as they are trying to push in the bottom tier 1 tower for AXG NEXGEN.
Red team has destroyed a
The
tower.
LFA, it's all about taking down towers as we speak. We are LFA determined to create so much space as possible before the epic monsters wake up. It's gonna be almost time for the Tyrant and the Overlord to spawn for 4 minutes, but the XG NEXGEN trying to fend off LF Adoption away. You cannot reach our middle outer tower. We're gonna defend this one with our lives. And as for the Tyrant, it's gonna be the objective that both of these teams are craving for. AoE's being set. Ata gets the smite. Tremor Smash is just there, but the pickoffs, the frost coming in from the Lady Jen, managed to secure that kill, and not looking good for the AXG because they lost 3 bodies as we speak. Raya, Jaren, Keria, they have been eliminated by the LFA.
That is quite dangerous on the side of AXG NEXGEN, getting eliminated 3 people without anything in return. That would be in a pinch, and that would be considered teamfight victory on the side of LF Adoption. Meanwhile, LF Adoption just fishing out at objectives and probably waiting for the Tazurd Golem for them to pick off on that. Meanwhile, Kira just actually standing by in the brush, trying to look for a casualty, as KAZOKU is right now in danger, being chased out on the top of your screen, and she will go down as ZP will eliminate him in the process.
Taking that good elimination, but Calm here seems like he cannot go Calm anymore. He got taken care of, but we can see Byron right here. He wanted to at least make sure he assisted ZP in terms of like taking down towers in the farm lane. So it's gonna be the aggression of LFA. They don't want to stop pushing towers after towers. I mean, it's gonna be the job that they're gonna be doing. Inner towers for mid, inner towers for top, and now the Unruly Blade used to at least to get close. Wind Slash hits onto 2, but we can see the Ghost Ship did connect and hold the AXG NEXGEN, not letting them escape towards the pickoffs. And now LFA, it seems like they're getting more and more confident. Now it's all up to them to hold this game. ZP decided to defend the game, and now look at the amount of damage connecting towards JC, but not enough to eliminate JC. And for Osas, is gonna secure both the Azure and the Crimson Golem buff.
Yes, that is quite clear what the objectives are here, and we are going to see right now if there would be a clash going in, as KAZOKU seeing Mikey Kun on the top side of the jungle and Jare and most of the people right here in AXG Next Gen trying to actually defend that jungle so that they'll be able to actually get more resources on that. Meanwhile, Kong will be deploying an item. No, will be deploying a skill here rather, and they are trying to zone out, and they will be able to secure that Azure Golem on the side of AXG Next Gen. LF Adoption taking some of the resources that should be taken by AXG Next Gen.
Wow, I mean, look at the launch being utilized here by Keria. But of course, Raya somehow managed to get the pick off towards Comb. And now it's going to be a 4 versus 4 situation because Mikey is out of the fray as well. Bertram in, Bertram out. Osas now running low. And now we can see Raya getting another kill. And now we can see him connecting that wind slash on towards 2. That forced Yato to unleash his first skill to at least save himself up, but he's not gonna be saved from the wind slash. Then again, but the early JC did manage to use Yato as a bait in order for them to turn this into an upset, and now JC will be taken care of. But before he went down, he managed to get Jari as well. I'm gonna go down, and I must take you with me.
Yes, it is still a 3v4 situation going into the side of LF Adoption as they continue to invade and take resources from the bottom side of the jungle of AXG Next Gen. AXG Next Gen right now, they are having a hard time trying to recover some resources as it is now a 4.5k gold lead as Kong will be seeing that Yanpo. Will they try to actually initiate on this one? There are 2 people against 3 and there will be continuous pressure on this particular side of the jungle we're in. It is a difficult time for AXG Next Gen as their minions on this neutral ground is being taken away and then being zoned out as well for Osas to take that Tyrant on his own. Meanwhile, Jace1 also on the side of LF Adoption will be taking on, even with the Primal, but they will have to take on that that Overlord. Meanwhile, going back into the bottom lane as Raya is in danger, killing spree streak for that Ladies End. It is a continuous barrage of skills here as Butterfly will be taking out that Dun all alone in the room. Now continuously, constantly pressuring AXG Next Gen, even though they don't have that much resources right now. AXG Next Gen needs to do something so that they can somehow recover on this particular continuous onslaught by LF Adoption.
Adoption wanted to get adopted. They're playing so well, and even Kong here is now showing his insane state. But look at JC here, he managed to nab another kill, and this gives them room to take down the high ground towers in the farm lane. Just look at how they use their skills quite well to create so much space. And now, even with the Tremor Smash effort coming in from the side of Keria, it's not enough to stop LF Adoption snowballing in order for them to end this game at 10 minutes. But we can see them coming alive, going back towards this game. 10 minutes has passed. The Epic Monsters has been upgraded. We can see the Shadow Tyrant and the Shadow Overlord, and this will be the next objective that will be taken care of by the LFA.
Yes, LFA doing it right and constantly putting pressure on that one, zoning AXG Next Gen out, and this is an uncontested Tyrant on the side of LFA on this one, continuously applying pressure, even though that Ata being fed off by those bullets by Marco Polo, but to no avail. That Ata will still survive to live another day. Meanwhile, it is still a continuous threat here as Tianpo is going down by that Ladies End, and Ladies End taking out 2 of the heaviest people on the side of AXG Next Gen, and it is still a continuous barrage as 2 people from AXG Next Gen has been eliminated, but in exchange, that Arlie will be going down. But what will AXG Next Gen do as Zapi all alone in the room being ganked off, and it will be a legendary streak for that Ladies End, and it is an ace, and it will be over in an instant. LFA looking for adoption, but instead finding out that victory and going to the next round.
Just LFA to change their name, looking for victory. That should be their name at this rate. LFV, they have been looking for wins. They have been looking for those victories, and they did. And now we can expect more from them in the quarterfinals, the next round that they will be facing. But for AXG Next Gen, they have done their part. They have done absolutely best, but who can't stop? Who can stop the hunger, the drive coming in from the LFA? They wanted to look for adoption, for someone that will adopt them. And this is the right opportunity for them to showcase what they got. So for LFA, they have saved themselves a game during the previous round, but when they show their true colors, might as well do this right here, right now.
And yes, to all the people that's watching right now and looking for someone to adopt, try to adopt this team, looking for adoption because they are really worth it. Look at that, ladies, and in a 92% team fight rate, wherein Ladies N has been dishing out the most damage on this one, getting that 16.0 MVP rate. Yato doing this for the team, and not just Yato, but Jace, Kung, Calmhawk, and Osas will be there, creating a very good teamwork wherein the LFA will be doing it FTW and hopefully FTC for the championship. And yes, that is quite an intense battle that was brought to us by LFA, eliminating AXG Next Gen in the process. But for AXG Next Gen, good job. Nice effort that you have. That was a contest that you actually brought to us, and we have been entertained. And yes, that was true that I said to Vince G earlier, I want to see entertainment. I want to see bodies falling off the floor, bodies falling down like flies. And thank you for that. My wish has been granted, but I want more. There's still next game on that. Vinzi and I will be back on this one. Battle for Supreme, Reign Supreme. We'll be back.
First blood. Team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Brent has been defeated. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team, killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Team has slain an enemy. Red team, rampage. Shut down. Red team, killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team, rampage. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team, unstoppable. Red team. Red team, legendary. Red team, killing spree. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team, legendary. Aced. Activating counter.
Well, what do we have here, ladies and gentlemen? We started like 3 or 4 hours ago, but right now we have been at the end of the line for this round of 16, ladies and gentlemen. The round of 32, rather. Welcome back here, Jet and Vince G. We're gonna be bringing you all the action here in the Battle for Supremacy TV's Reign Supreme because we are talking about the last set of matchup, the last team, or we're gonna be seeing the last team that will be going towards the round of 16 or the quarterfinals as we speak, because we only have KAZOKU Neo and Opacity Skyhawks to battle it out, and whoever wins this series will be proceeding towards the round of 16. I mean, from Indonesia and Bangladesh. So, as the way I see it, it's gonna be a banger.
After banger. Yes,
After
it's
banger.
after banger. Yes, this was gonna be a banger. Kazuko Neo will be facing off against Opacity Skyhawks rather, and yes, this might be the last game of this day, but this won't be the least battle of this game. And we are now proceeding right now, without further ado, to our drafting phase because I am interested on what they are going to eliminate on this one.
Ooh, I mean, let's go and take the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. For the KAZOKU Neo, I've seen them play. They play like a family because I assume that the KAZOKU means family in Japanese,
Yes.
as I said earlier. Okay, so for Neo, I believe that, you know, they have that capability to make sure that they're gonna be winning fights, but they just need the perfect balance of heroes to in order for them to pull that off. And for their opponents, I mean, they have to remove the most annoying of annoying heroes. Lamb actually, I'm not seeing him quite in the ban pool, so I'm assuming that they have they did some research that KAZOKU Neo love to play with the lamp too much.
Yeah, I think so too. And we see on the side of Kazuko Neo, they are eliminating or they are banning that Dongwang and that Dakyao. And you mean that Dakyao has been doing it either on ban, really contested hero, meaning, well, this is quite a potent hero when being selected as of the moment. And on the other side, another potent hero, which is very much contested on this particular tournament, is that Dolia. Yes, Dolia will be out on this one. Very useful support or very useful roamer on the side of either one who will be able to pick this one. And as we have seen it right now, Kazuko Neo and Kikoi will be securing that
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna be securing this draft as well. I mean, for Jet, look at that. He disappeared right off the bat. I mean, I don't know what happened to him. Probably might as well a blackout. We had a hint of what happened to Jet, but of course, I'm gonna continue this one alone. It seems like. So for Jet, actually, I'm gonna be waiting for you to get back here, buddy. But for the draft, double smite set off. Kikoi and Rolas here will be securing the Zhangfei and the Osashi in their draft. So forget about the double smites. I'm gonna go heal. I'm gonna be going to help up my teammates to scale up. But for the Intimidate, ooh, this is quite new for Zhangfei. And of course, you cannot spell Arlie without Frenzy. I don't know if that makes sense, but Arlie sticking with his usual talent or usual skill. Agudo. Okay, Agudo for the first pick. Then you partner it up with the Futsu and the Wang Haojun, the Princess Frost. So an interesting picks as we speak. See, I told you, they blacked out. He went dark. He went to dark, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm gonna be covering Jet for a little while now as we are talking about the game, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, let's talk about the draft. Okay, so it's me. It me. Look at me. I'm split. I have a split personality, ladies and gentlemen. Might as well cover with Jet. Oh, you're prepared. You're prepared, my guy. You have something on your sleeves. I'm reading the draft, so might as well fix the camera for a little while and go back into business. I mean, let's assume or let's hope that Jet can go back into this game because I know that he don't want to miss out on this intense action. You know, we're going towards the main event and we're gonna be concluding this tournament or this round of 32. We're gonna be filling out the 16 teams. We're gonna be going towards the quarterfinals, so he cannot afford to miss that one out. So I believe later on, the draft is almost complete because I'm missing out the bans at this rate. We're gonna be seeing them later on. So I have word that Jet did make it. He's gonna be back. He resurrected. He resurrected. I mean, the entire area, the entire place where Jet is it's gonna go back. He's gonna go back to the light. Okay. So okay, I did not miss out too much. But Lady Zun, he's gonna be there. He's gonna be relying on the pick as well. By Shiranui, actually, he did not get banned, so this gives KAZOKU Neo the freedom to pick My Shiranui together with the Elaine. But talk about crowd controls, talk about disabling your opponents. But I am invested towards the lineup of the red side OC. You got Agudo, which is very, very unusual for the jungle. Yes, Agudo is a really good jungler, but it's not being used too much. Futsu, Clash later, he can go for farm later because of his insane amount of attack speed. So that's a flex, but of course, you're gonna fill up with some high amount of damage. Lady Sun, they're gonna be relying on that. They're gonna be packing a punch, ladies and gentlemen. For Yota, okay, I'm gonna be picking the anti-crowd control hero, which is the Zhuangzi. So okay, so is this gonna be an interesting match, ladies and gentlemen? Because the main event is gonna be next on this game, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss out some action, and I know that you are itching to see the fight commence because the two teams that we are about to see are gonna give it their all. They're gonna be showing everyone, to you guys, what they got, and they're gonna be doing it really, really well here tonight. So talk about some intense action, talk about some intense opportunities, talk about some intense amount of determination to witness the fight here, because I believe the fight is happening underway and the heroes are now marching towards the Heroes Gorge. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you all into the final match that we have here tonight. KAZOKU Neo and OPACITY SKYHAWKS from Indonesia and Bangladesh respectively. So who's gonna be winning this fight? But the important question for the early game is, who is going to get the first blood? Vince G here will be bringing you the action as we wait for my buddy Jet to come back into this game. So as we can see on the mid lane, still supports in mid doing their hard work, and now we can see rotations because they know that Futsu is almost dealing with an insane amount of damage. First blood, of course. With the nunchucks on hand, he gets close to a lane, securing that kill. What an insane amount of determination coming in from the Futsu. Okay, Cap 2 here captures that. He got caught here by Yakuza. So that's really, really bold for them. And then aside from that, farm laners, Lady Sun, Sauris, and Bo now trying to poke at each other. So for Futsu here, Yakuza, after that intense aggression, he decided to get back towards this game. So we're gonna be seeing pause as of late, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be seeing the players trying to commit a pause. So First time I've seen a pause, ladies and gentlemen. So probably Opacity Skyhawks knew that Jet disconnected. He's gonna be back a little bit. Let's wait for them to come back here. I mean, they even care for Jet. They even care for our guy. They're
Oh,
waiting
that's
for.
so sweet. Thank you very much.
See, they even waited for you. You see the pause for Opacity Skyhawks, man. Welcome back.
Oh my god. Thank you very much for that. And I'll be
There you go. They
turning
resumed
my
because they
camera
heard your
on.
voice already. You have been the man for the hour, so they're waiting for
They-
you.
Oh, thank you very much for that. And meanwhile, as we are going back to the game, Senpachi and Aero right here in the middle lane, just, well, very easy farming here. And I think our friends from KAZOKU Neo and Maishiranui in that case wanted to, well, rotate on that. Meanwhile, well, that Maishiranui wanted to go back with his teammates and still trying to play a very safe game of Honor of Kings right here for both Kazoku Neo and Opacity Skyhawks. Vince, what is going on while I was away?
Well, fights happen. First blood of the clash lane. Yakuza managed to get close towards the lane here, but seems like after that it chilled out. I mean, I can say it chilled out because for Opacity Skyhawk and Kazuku Neo, this won't be a fight without you. So that pause technically did wait for you. They respected you. They don't want me to become Michael Cole last Monday. So, if you get that, you get that.
Yes, and yeah, sometimes things happen very unexpectedly, even as we speak right now, as that Zhuangzi trying to zone out so that they won't be in danger, at least for that Lady Sun. Meanwhile, it is still an invasion here that is trying to be executed here by Opacity Skyhawks as they wanted to pick off someone right here in the clash lane. That Fuzzy might be seeing that Maishiranui off screen, but nope, they will be safe and sound right here. And yes, it is still a continuous harassment here going into the middle lane and giving that team of Opacity Skyhawks that advantage for their side.
Giving the advantage, which is really, really good. I mean, look at how they're gonna be trying to fight this one out. I mean, the insane amount of pressure coming in from Opacity Skyrock right off the bat. I mean, for the Clash Laners to fight it out, and then for the Kazuku Neo to react that way. So for Yakuza, I mean, the Futsu, the insane amount of attack speed that this guy has is quite high. You might as well respect that. And then for Elaine, for Kikaptu, he needs to go towards the bot lane to at least help the members of the Kazuku Neo. So Winter's here. It's gonna be there. But for the Tyrant, it's not gonna be there anymore because of the smite coming in from Kikoi.
Yes, we are going to continue here as there are something going on right here in the middle. Lady Sun rolling into her death, getting eliminated right away as she tried to go into some troubles. But most of the people from Kazuku Neo was there, but it is giving the Futsu that vacant space for them to actually get that Overlord on favor for Opacity Skyhawks. Even though that is quite a very big exchange there, as they were able to take down that farm lane hero on the side of Opacity Skyhawks. It is just a very, well, equal exchange because they, at least Opacity Skyhawks gets that Overlord on their way. Meanwhile, there is a commotion going on here as there is trouble and Agudo is going down. Meanwhile, it is still going on and continuously, and that Futsu going down as well. It is a very good teamfight initiation on the side of Kazuko Neo. I think this is one of their ways for them to actually go back onto this game. And right now, they're in a 1k gold lead.
1k gold lead, and now the family is back at it again, ladies and gentlemen. They wanted to at least end this one. They wanted to at least take down the towers at mid lane. Outer tower gone. So this is gonna give them more freedom to move towards the map. And as they disrupt the jungle, they are going for the AESIR Golem, even though with Agudo's army of minions, that's not enough to stop the members of the KAZOKU Neo. So, your thoughts about seeing Agudo once again? Because this is one of the unusual heroes that we don't see often.
Same goes with Futsu actually. It is the first time that I've seen Agno and Futsu right here as it was being picked by Opacity Skyhawks. I think this is one of the unusual meta that Opacity Skyhawks wants to actually implement. Well, in the course of any MOBA game, it is the professionals that are actually creating the meta wherein they wanted to maximize and exploit the strengths of these people or these heroes. Now, we have seen a Futsu, we have also seen that Agudo. Will they be effective on the onset of this tournament? Will they be effective when it comes to actually creating and initiating team fights and rotating the jungle? We'll see about that on the onset of this game, and I think that Agudo is just rolling in, trying to get in to that team fight, putting in some space. Meanwhile, that Zhuangzi, only 50% of his HP is left right now and being harassed right here by that Mai Shiranui, trying to scout in with those brushes. Will KAZOKU Neo, will they get in there and try to initiate a team fight in the middle of the bottom tier 1 tower? We are going to see about that.
Going to see about that right off the bat. We can see Mai Shiranui controlling Yuta, and he goes for a double by getting a Sauris. And of course, KAZOKU Neo now becoming more confident over their move, and now even a Futsu, even Yakuza is not gonna survive towards Kikoi. Even you put your ultimate just to lock kick up to down, he's not even gonna use sprint to run away. He's gonna be staying there and now trying to at least deliver heavy blows. Futsu, item dependent. He needs time, he needs levels in order for him to scale at his maximum potential. And as of this rate, for KAZOKU Neo, they don't want that to happen.
Yes, I agree with that. They really don't want to happen. That's why KAZOKU Neo right now trying to invade the jungle, trying to actually dominate team fights and wanting to actually isolate items and isolate objectives, as we are seeing right now as Zhang Fei and also Bo will be there to actually, well, scout in if the Tyrant will be available in the soonest possible time, within 2 seconds, I see. And Mai Shiranui will be there as well to actually go ahead and contest for the Tyrant as they have sensed. Meanwhile, Agudo, Shenpachi will be there to actually scout, and then will they be able to actually challenge for the Tyrant? And I think it would be too little too late, and it will be an advantage going on to the side of KAZOKU Neo, and that Zhuangzi might be in danger. They will be trying to get on that, but what a very great counter initiation going into the side of Opacity Skyhawks, fishing out to taking them out on this particular team fight.
Them, ladies and gentlemen, not for dinner, but to a team fight, bringing them back towards the base. Ladies and gentlemen, somehow Opacity Skyhawks looking for that response, but duel to the death to Futsu. You're not gonna survive that because Kiko here is just keen into eliminating more and more players coming in from the Opacity Skyhawks. And now as for KAZOKU Neo, they need to maintain that pressure. They don't want to make sure that the Opacity Skyhawks farm up some decent amount of items, because when you're gonna be seeing the lineup of Opacity Skyhawk, you're gonna be respecting that. They have the crowd control immunity in the form of Zhuangzi, and then you've got the crowd control brought to you by Errors of Princess Frost. Another commitment there just to spend up the members of the Opacity Skyhawk to scare them off. Yakuza can deal tremendous amount of damage, pick off the right amount of squishy targets in the side of KAZOKU Neo. He got that kit, and of course Zenpachi, Agudo, he can like eat a lot of minions in the camps and then, you know, spit it out. Just look at that. He got the fire beak and of course the lizard accompanying him.
Yes, that is true, and as we can see about that. Meanwhile, Musashi as Kikoi trying to actually go in for that Overlord, but he was being detected by the entirety of Opacity Skyhawks and trying to shoo him away. And now there's still a challenge going into the side of KAZOKU Neo as their Clash Lane, rather, that Elaine is trying to challenge all 5 of them and trying to shoo them away. And then there are still no casualties involved on this particular team fight, and everybody will be safe and sound for now. Will they be able to continue to challenge that Overlord, or will they prioritize first the team fight and eliminate it first before they get to that particular objective?
It's all about getting towards the particular objectives. That's what they want to happen. They want to make sure that they get the upper hand on this fight. And by getting the upper hand on this fight, this is going to matter, ladies and gentlemen, as they are shooing the Opacity Skyhawks back towards their base. Winter's here will be used and utilized to take down one members from the side of KAZOKU Neo. Kekapto is not going to be surviving that. Yuta is going to confirm that kill. So what's next for the Opacity Skyhawk? They need to make sure that they're not going to run away. And Futsu, he just wanted to at least get back at it again, but Mai Shiranui decided to kick him out of his misery. 9-4 score, ladies and gentlemen, as they are committed into taking the Shadow Overlord. And now we can see the fights overload on this one. Opacity Skyhawks, they wanted to make sure that they're gonna be winning fights, but wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Now, KAZOKU Neo, they are starting that fight. He got frostbited, he got frozen, he got stayed for quite some time there, but it seems like KAZOKU Neo will be getting the most out of this Shadow Overlord.
Overlord, yes. And Bo will be continued to hit on that as Kikoy will be the one who will zone out and try to detect someone from Opacity Skyhawk so that they will be able to secure, just like that, they'll be able to secure that Overlord for their side. Now going right back into the fray of the fight as Mai Shiranui wanted to pick off someone very soft there, but they just wanted to scout and create more information as Mai Shiranui continuing to spam off that skills. And that Drowsy might be in danger right there as she was being dove off by that Musashi, and Kikoy, crowd control immune in the middle of the tower. Will he die? Yes, he will be shut down by that Princess Frost. He is in too deep, but in exchange, KAZOKU Neo will be getting that tier 2 middle tower. Will they be able to continue this particular onslaught, or will they make some more mistakes just like what Kikoy did earlier?
Wow, it's all about committing the same amount of pressure, but they cannot afford to commit that mistake. KAZOKU Neo right now, they wanted to march in, but Opacity Skyhawks are doing their absolute best to make sure that they're not gonna go in near their base. But Mai Shiranui, you cannot stop Mai Shiranui. She's been kicking so many heroes right off the start, and now we can see Opacity Skyhawks struggling in terms of like defense. So they have to make sure that they have to be confident in terms of like going in, just like what Musashi is doing to the death, and now unleashing a lot of skills there. Ultimate being forced to the Futsu, but instead of running, he decided to fight it out like a true warrior. Bushido Creed, by the way.
Yes, that's true. It's quite a Bushido Creed. And now they are attempting to go onto that Tyrant so that they will be able to buff up even more and continue their onslaught and their assault on Opacity Skyhawks, as Mai Shiranui will be able to secure that buff just recently. Now they are going to continue, and they will be actually detecting error on that. Opacity Skyhawks needs to scurry away on that because most of the people probably on the side of KAZOKU Neo is there, and they need also to regroup just to counter initiate and take the upper hand when it comes to getting this team fight in order. This is what Opacity Skyhawks need. Meanwhile, Musashi in too deep on this one, and there will be a team fight going on as utilities and skills have been thrown in left and right, and that is a godlike streak on the Mai Shiranui. That is an insta-kill. Would there be a follow-up? There would be a follow-up, and that Alin will be able to take out that Zhuangzi. And Agudo will also go down, courtesy of that Arlie. Now they are going to take down the upper ground, top tower, and it is still a continuous onslaught. I think KAZOKU Neo wants to end this right here, right now, as there is a wave of minions, and that will finish this particular round as KAZOKU Neo will be eliminating Opacity Skyhawks, and they will be proceeding to the next round.
About the next round, all of the 16 teams are complete. 8 from yesterday, 8 from today, and the final team that will be making the cut is KAZOKU Neo. So congratulations for KAZOKU Neo for winning this this best of one up against the Opacity Skyhawks. And for Opacity Skyhawks, well, They did. You did well. You did great because you managed to reach this round, and unfortunately, in this kind of matchup, the better team will be proceeding, and might as well use this opportunity to grow and improve into this game, and not give up on your passion. Honor of Kings is quite young, and of course, we welcome aspiring players here. There's a lot of tournaments left and right, and of course, might as well see you guys in season 2. So that's what we want to see from you guys. That is what we want to see. We wanted you to grow as a professional players, and that is all thanks to Battle for Supremacy TV's initiative to welcome all aspiring players in this new game, which is Honor of Kings.
All right. Once again, shout out to that MVP. Yo, Nipponichi. Just like that Japan's number one, Mai Shiranui. Yes, and we are going to continue. Will there be a role of something here, Vince, like you have mentioned to me earlier?
Well, heads are not gonna roll just yet, but of course, before we head over to that, I wanted to thank each and every one that created this opportunity for us. Team, of course, because we're a team here, we need to mention Team Wallet, because with Team Wallet, you can buy, sell, and trade crypto tokens like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance, Algo, Solana, and more. So, unlike any other platforms where you need to download and sign up separately to buy Bitcoin and Ethereum, Team Wallet Bot makes it easier and more accessible for everyone by saving your time and effort through the Supreme ETFs or Supreme Exchange token traded funds in the TEAM wallet. You can now purchase Bitcoin and Ethereum with just one click. Team Wallet has integrated all these features into a single system, making it more convenient and efficient for its users. So you just have to search at Team Wallet Bot in Telegram to take advantage of this convenient tool. And aside from the
Yeah.
Team Wallet, we also have Team Tokens, and you can earn. You know that you can earn Team Tokens by referring players to join our tournaments. And these tokens can be converted to cash or used to join upcoming events in the Battle for Supremacy. Another team here is the Supreme Team Draft. It offers you the opportunity to be drafted within its ranks by dominating in events for Call of Duty, Mobile, and Fortnite. And it's all available to all players worldwide. Speaking of Fortnite, we also have V-Bucks that you can only use BNB. You can now purchase Fortnite V-Bucks and receive the pin real time at Team Wallet Bot. And all gift cards and prizes need to be claimed by users. If not, these will be returned towards their respective senders. And speaking of Fortnite, are you a Fortnite player itching to compete? Well, we have these tournaments in the works just for you. Be sure to explore our island map, BFStv Red and Blue, to keep yourselves updated. Join our Telegram channel at BFStv Fortnite to learn more. And don't forget the BFStv Stop Up. You can get your very own Riot Points, Arena Shells, Fortnite V-Bucks, and Honor of Kings tokens. It is now available here. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've said it, I believe the circle or the spin a wheel is available. Okay, we need to take a chill pill. We need to take a break because I believe that in this wheel, it's gonna be more and more competitive. So Jet and Vince G might as well take a short break. So we'll be back just a bit. See ya.
First blood. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team double kill. Blue team killing spree. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team rampage. Blue team rampage. Blue team unstoppable. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Blue team has slain an Blue team unstoppable. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team godlike. Nice kill. team has slain. Blue team killing spree.
Yes, we have finished all the games right now, but what is next? It is to find out who will be facing off in the next round. So I think the role will be beginning once again. We are back here at Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Season 1. This is Jet and Vince G. We will be sending you right now to that magic wheel, Vince.
Well, we are gonna be preparing the wheel of the team names, and we're gonna be setting up who are they gonna face with in the in the round of 16, ladies and gentlemen. We only have 16 teams. Might as well start spinning that wheel and see
All
who's gonna be the
right.
first team to go to the blue side. Let's go! Dun 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 dun! Oh my goodness!
Oh my lord, it's
The
Vietnamese Mafia. And let's see what is going next. And
who's
Vietnamese
gonna
Mafia will be the first one who will be going there. And let's see who will they face in the round of 16. Oh, this is gonna be intense as DTHPH will be facing off against Vietnamese Mafia on the first game of the round of 16. These are very, really good teams right now, Vince. And this is getting more intense, actually.
More intense. Yeah, I agree. More intense as they spin the win for the second series that we are gonna have here in the round of 16. Ooh, X list. Okay, X list is gonna enlist themselves on the blue side. It's gonna be interesting if the next set of opponents that they're gonna be having is gonna be Blacklist. So it's gonna be the battle of the list.
Let's see about that, if it would be Blacklist.
I don't know.
But nope, it will be Vietnamese Gangster.
The Mafia and the Gangsters right now still
Yeah.
have they secured their matches. In the way,
Yes.
I hope I even thought that they're gonna be facing each other here, but of course we have to split them up because
Mhm.
the next set of teams that we're gonna be mentioning is gonna be completing the third series for this one. Dragon Ocean
Dragon
has been
Ocean
selected.
has been selected, a team from Indonesia, winning from the series one of the round of 32. And now, who here on this tournament? Would it be someone very interesting? And it would be Blacklist International from the Philippines. Wow. All right. This is quite getting intense. Matchups are getting tighter and tighter, and whew, this is breathtaking.
I agree. Breathtaking, but of course, we are done with the three series. Where let's head towards our fourth one. Who's gonna be the first team to go to the blue? It's gonna be GMT Aris. And who is going for? Who's gonna face GMT Aris? Who's gonna be on the red side? Might as well spin the wheel, sir, in order for us to see who's gonna be it. Dun 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 dun.
And it would be KAZOKU Neo, the recent winners of the last game. This will be very interesting. This will be a very interesting match, and yes, we are going to look forward for that, and we are going to see who will be matching up on match number 5.
Match number 5. We are down to the final 8 teams. Who's gonna be on the blue side? Seems like Execration will be getting their slot, but who's gonna face Execration? Who's gonna be on the red side? I mean, I'm quite curious to see on who is going to face Execration in this 5th series.
Boom, 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 and
Apex.
Apex. Yes, it would be Apex winning earlier from their series, and yes, it would be quite interesting. Both teams winning earlier, so yeah, this is going to be a bloodbath of a game. Both teams quite good, and we are going to see what will happen on game number 6 as our representatives from Nepal, Carmax, will be the ones going through and into the blue team of game number 6, and we are going to see who will they be facing off against.
For Karma X, they need to prepare because it is going to be LF adoption. Just
LF
kidding.
adoption.
Oh,
Yes,
it's LF adoption.
LF adoption.
You have to prepare because LF adoption they have played their first match here in the round of 32 and they managed to finish that in 6 minutes. So we have 2 matchups left. Who's gonna be the first one to go towards the blue side? It seems like AXG Revitalized earned their
Yes.
ticket, but who's gonna earn the right to face AXG?
Let's see about that. And as we proceed to that spin the wheel, we are going to see which one amongst the 3 remaining teams who will be facing off against AXG Revitalized. Will it be someone from Indonesia or will it be our Burmese team? And as we see, it will be Mahadewa will be facing off against AXG, meaning our
Nanobot.
last remaining team, it will be Nanobot against Void Alliance. But we need to know which one will be taking the blue team.
Might as well be Nanobot because they're on the blue color, but the wheel says so. Void Alliance, you take the
Vo-
blue. Nanobot, you take the red. No doubt about
Yes.
that. Who's gonna
No
take
doubt
the red
about
though?
that. Mm-hmm.
I'm
And that
curious. Is it gonna be Nanobot?
I'm
Spin
not
it.
sure about spin it.
I-
Who would be? I wonder though.
It's gonna be it.
Of course.
Oh my goodness, it's Nanobot.
Oh my god! Wow!
Nanobot gonna be
Nanobot will-
facing them. Oh my. I'm
Nano-
quite surprised, honestly. I can't hide my surprise face.
That was a shocking. That was a very shocking selection of the
Agreed.
last team.
I
Anyway,
am in shock. I
yes.
still get over it. Oh my goodness.
What
Anyways.
was that? Anyway, yes, and we would like to thank everybody for watching right now, right here on Battle for Supremacy, Reign Supreme Season 1. Vince, would you like to say any shout out or any promos?
Well, huge shout out to Battle for Supremacy for having us as casters. Might as well a huge shout out for Gamma for being the awesome guy in the production, and of course, shout out to my buddy Jet here for being an awesome partner tonight. So it has been us, Jet and Vince G, bringing you the action, and hope that you guys follow everyone's socials. Follow BFStv social for announcement. Follow our social for more casting inquiries. So might as well follow Gamma's socials as well. Might as well share it to us, Gamma. Yee.
Yes, thank you very much, Gamma, and for Battle for Supremacy for inviting us to cast here for their for their respective tournaments, and there will be still more of that up in the upcoming future. If you want to see us, or if you want to see more of the action-packed action, not just in Honor Kings, but also in other esports tournaments that Battle for Supremacy will be holding on. So please follow, like, share, and subscribe for the socials for Battle for Supremacy and BFS TV and our personal socials as well, both mine and with Vince G. And that, I think, will be the end of our stream. This is Jet together with Vince G saying so long. Until next time, toodles.
has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team triple kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team godlike. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an Blue team has slain team. Killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Destroyed a tower. Red team rampage. Red team killing spree. Dark team has destroyed a tower. Red team legendary. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team legendary. Ace. First blood. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has Blue team double kill. Red team killing spree. Slain an enemy. Red team rampage. Shut down. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Blue team has slain an enemy. Unstoppable. Blue team ramp. Blue team has destroyed. First blood. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team killing spree. Shut down. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue 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 team double kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team rampage. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Blue team rampage. Blue team unstoppable. Blue team has slain. Shut down. Blue team double kill. Blue team. Blue team rampage. First blood. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. A tower. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Tower shields have been shattered. Catapults moving enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain. Blue team killing spree. slain an enemy. Red team has slain enemy. Red team killing spree. Red team has destroyed a Red team rampage. Red team has slain an Red team has slain an enemy. First blood. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team killing spree. Team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team unstoppable. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team godlike. Red team. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team killing spree. First blood. Team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Team has reclaimed a crucial kill. Red team rampage. Red team unstoppable. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team legendary. Red team slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. First blood. Team has slain an enemy. Red 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 has been defeated. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team rampage. Shut down. Red killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team rampage. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team unstoppable. Red team. Red team legendary. Red team killing spree. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team legendary. Aced. Encounter. First blood. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team double kill. Blue team killing spree. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Rampage. Blue team, rampage. Blue team, unstoppable. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Blue team has slain an... Blue team, unstoppable. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team, godlike. Nice killing! Blue team has slain... Blue team, killing spree.